Thank you, Mrs. Harlan. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Mr. Robert Hutchings. I will be chairing the hearing this morning. I'm joined by the panel with Mr. Brent Seelan and Miss Carrie Linkletter. Our secretary today is Mrs. Harland, and our assessor representing the assessment department, City of Winnipeg, is Mr. Mirik Frolick. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessment of the properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant and the panel may have, and then the applicant testimony followed by questioning again by both parties. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize, if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We will be hearing items 1 through 8 on our docket today. Mrs. Harlan, please affirm the assessor and the applicant's testimony.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Assessor, would you please state your full name, Mr. Assessor?
Mirik Frolick.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant, would you please state your full name?
Rocky Neufeld.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Harlan. Good morning to the assessor and the applicant.
Good morning.
We will start with item number 1, file number 24-3966. Address is 150 Fort Street. We're dealing with 2020 realty assessment appeal. Roll number is 120930800000. Mr. Pollock, when you are ready, please. 150 Fort Street.
File number is 24-3966. Roll number is 120-930-80000. The assessed value for 2025 is $2,389,000. Original building was the actual year built for this building is 1940. There's 1 and 2 stories. Average wall height is 12 to 16 feet. The land area is 21,081. It's a downtown location. And the leasable area that we have on file is 21,134. There is an outstanding municipal board property on this property for 2023. Property owner has been compliant with completing the income and expense mailer information. You can see the documentation on page 2 and on page 3. And on page 4, what I've noticed here, or what we have is we have the rents that are in this building here right now. There is a high vacancy with this building, which is quite high, and I've never inspected this property per se. But when we look at this property though here right now, there's some conflicting information with regards to the leasable area. They're reporting 18,210, and we have notes on this property that there should be an inspection on it at some point. But on page 5, here's the breakdown of what we have for the areas, how we came up with the 21,134, which is why the inspection was so important. So how I've broken it down just by looking at it is that the Avis Western Lotteries and other building areas are 7,700 square feet. We have the first and second floor areas of 12,960 square feet. And we have a basement area of 6,426. So this gives us a total area of 27,086. And our leasable area is 21,134. So the reason why I went through this process is because there's been different numbers provided by the agent for leasable areas in the past, and which is one of the reasons why I'm asking for this assessment to be confirmed, even though this is a very old building, high vacancy, lots of issues. And there's other questions as well with regard to this. So in 2020, the agent had an area of 16,500 square feet on page 6. And in 2023, he had an area of 13,041. And that could be on page 7. And then also what happens is on page 7, and I've provided this from the mailer here, is we have 13,041, but on the mailer, they're reporting 18,062. I think the best way to sort of be able to know where this property is I think a lot of people are familiar with 154th Street, and it's where the Avis was at one point. But it's our understanding that Avis is no longer at this location. And you can see those pictures on page 8. So in terms of valuation, you know, based on the lack of inspection, our market rents for the condition in the building and what the actuals are, they're a lot higher. So what ends up happening here is we have a total of 205,057 for potential rent income. Factoring vacancy and shortfalls, we have a net operating income of 187,568 with an overall cap rate of 7.85%. We have a value of 2,389,000, but in terms of looking at potential values, in my conversations with Ayrton Neufeld, he had told me that there was a sale on this property where there's a multi-roll sale with 125 Gary. And but I've not been able to come across any documentation in our system yet. And we're so busy right now. And I even forgot to ask Ayrton if he has actually any sales documentation with regards to the sale, because it was a multi-roll sale. So without documentation, it's hard for me to act. We have a variety of rents for this property. They range anywhere from $7.15 to $12. But you know, these are active working businesses right now. Our actual rents for this property, you know, are not as high. In terms of cap rate studies that end up taking place here, our cap rate is 7.85% for this property. This is an older building, and if you're looking at our documentation, it's outside of our range of industrial B properties. So our 80th percentile is 7.3, and our cap rate 7.85%. That concludes my formal presentation. I am open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frolick. Does the applicant have any questions of the assessor's evidence presented?
Yes, I do. And you're clear. I appreciate you were clear that you didn't have an inspection on this, and there's some issues, concerns about the size of it. But are there any concerns about the accuracy of the financial statement?
No, it's an underperforming asset that hasn't had that you know, vacancy is an issue with this building. It's just that when there's situations with 2023 appeals and my conversations, I wasn't in a position to sort of make evaluation that would come to anywhere close to the value that you're seeking today. So, which is why I'm asking for the value to be confirmed, and I'll let the board decide what they want to do with this property.
Do you
And
have
keeping
an
them
issue?
keeping them informed that there is a municipal board on this property.
Do you have an issue with the statements?
No.
And with the vacancy at what it is, I think you stated or they stated 67% vacant. Do you take do you feel that that's a pretty good indication of the vacancy?
Well, I've clearly stated that the building's not performing in a matter that's reflective of this. And my thought process is, because there's a pending municipal board, there'll be the opportunity to actually look at the property in full, get updated information with regards to the leasable
Sorry,
area.
the question was just, are there any accuracy concerns about the vacancy?
Then I already answered the question, no.
Okay. Now, given that the building is 84 years old and chronically vacant, excessively vacant, what doesn't the department have a method of dealing with this other than trying to put an income on it? For example,
No, well,
can we not
until we
revert?
know any differently, that's why we're doing an inspection on this property.
But sorry, did you go back through historical records of what they've submitted? Has anything changed?
I'm sure there have been adjustments taking place over the years with regards to the quality, but the point is, it's just because
No, that's not what I asked. I asked, has anything changed with them? You have income mailers.
I haven't changed anything with regards to this property.
No, but you have income mailers that are returned. Has anything regarding the vacancy changed over the past years?
Mr. Neufeld, I'm going to step in here and just state simply that the assessor is presenting the evidence here today that he's got, and that's what we're dealing with.
I understand, but he's brought up some issues about old appeals and lack of inspections. So I do have the right to question him about what they do have in their records. And I know that they've got the mailers for the last 10 years for sure. I'm just wondering if he had a chance to review them and determine whether or not that vacancy was always.
Nope, I haven't had the chance to review them.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I was looking for.
Yep.
Was there not a thought to that the property had lost its highest and best use, as I think you were inferring, and that perhaps it should have been reverted to land value?
Those weren't my words.
No, you said the first part, you said there's some concerns about its use.
There's some concerns that this building's underperforming. There's an issue with regards to vacancy, but I never said anything about land value.
No, I understand. That was my question.
Well, and that's my answer.
Okay. No one thought about it?
I'm looking at this value at the income approach to value.
Okay, and you've got this building classified as a warehouse, correct?
Yes.
And this is downtown, beside office buildings, beside the keg. Does that not lead you to think that it is never going to have a highest and best use as a warehouse?
At one time, this probably was a warehouse in some capacity or form, and that hasn't been changed. And
in regard to the discrepancy on space, did you have a chance to review occupancy permits at all?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Seelan, any questions of the assessor's evidence?
Yes, Mr. Chair. How did we come up with the 7.85% cap?
Yeah, you sort of cut out there, so I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
I apologize.
No problems.
Oh.
I'll repeat. how was the 7.85% cap rate come up
Yeah,
with?
it was model driven,
Totally. Okay, so,
totally model driven. Yeah.
okay, so I think you mentioned that this is outside the range that you have, right? Hello?
Well, I think based on, yeah, my bandwidth is I'm having issues with my internet today, and I don't know why.
Sure, you cut out. Can you just repeat?
Yeah, just yeah, it's a model driven cap rate based on the parameters that we have for this building. And so just by looking at it, it's just that when it was cut last time, yeah, see, yeah, there haven't been any changes done to this property because of the outstanding municipal board appeal. And the cap rate is model driven based on the year of the building and the size of the building.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Seelan. Mrs. Linkletter, any questions of the assessor?
Yes, just a couple, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Froelich.
Good morning.
I'm just wondering, you said that you were unable to inspect this property, but do you have anything in your notes as to when it was last inspected?
Let me double check here. Yeah. So one of my colleagues went in 2014, tried to inspect it, not able to see basement. He gave a verbal rec at the time. I'm not that I see vacancy canvas. We're just doing follow-up, but there hasn't been a full inspection done on this property for a very long time. There have been updates to the BA records for tenancies have come in and moved, but I'm looking, nothing within the past 10 years.
Oh, all right. And this next question is more from my own curiosity. How long or what are the parameters for setting up an inspection on a property? Is it a lengthy process or is it a one phone call?
I think the greatest thing that both parties have is time constraints, unless there's a really pending issue, and the best way for us to handle this is we have a bit more leeway during the non-appeal season. Because in a perfect world, I would have inspected every one of these properties, even though I know this, but on a site-specific evaluation, I could easily make a cut of a couple $100,000 by changing the model to say, to a lower level. However, I could come to work close to the value that Mr. Neufeld's seeking, so then the process becomes redundant.
Okay. So you acknowledge that this building does have vacancy issues?
Oh, for sure, unequivocally. And it's not performing as well as it has been, but because of the municipal board outstanding and looking at it, I am mindful of where the applicant's coming from in terms of valuation.
Okay.
It's just that the gap is too far apart.
Okay. So you acknowledge the vacancy, and this is at the Muni board, etc., but you still followed your model of 4% vacancy? I'm just wondering, did you consider changing?
I could easily have bumped that up, but the point is that I'm looking at is because we have an outstanding 2023 municipal board. And also there was talk of a multi-role sale for this property. So with that information in hand, then I could come closer to maybe a value that Mr. Neufeld's seeking. But in this situation, it's just like almost with all these situations, the gap is too far, and the values that Mr. Neufeld is seeking is nothing that I can work with regards to our valuation process at this time.
All right. I thank you. Mr. Chair, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Froelich, I'm just going to look at the valuation of the property. I'm getting, would you mind confirming the blended rate that you're assigning, the model's assigning at $9.70 a square foot.
That's what I have on file.
Okay, and the 7.85% cap rate, that's the model assigned that, is that, do I understand that correctly?
That is a model assigned cap rate, yep.
Okay, and that's outside of your parameters that you have on the chart. Okay.
Yeah.
Somewhat, a little bit higher, okay.
Actually, just bear with me here for 1 sec here. As my internet connection comes slow, just bear with me here for 1 sec here.
Okay.
Yeah, I made some changes to the property, and I am going to provide a value here of.
So you're providing a verbal recommendation?
Yep, it's $1,802,000.
Okay, I might as well ask you to detail what you've
Now,
done.
I just made some modifications to the rent and to the vacancy and to the cap rate.
Okay, what did you revise the rent down to?
$870.
$870, okay. And could I ask, and then adjusted the vacancy to
10%.
10%, okay, 4. And can I get the adjusted NOI, please?
Yep. It is 152,278.
152278, and capitalization rate at
At 8.45.
8.45%,
Yep.
equal a recommended reduction in the assessment to $1,802,000 even.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And that's a verbal recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Trolloc. Mr. Neufeld, any comments on that rec?
I have 2 questions. On what was the rentable area used?
21,134.
And on the vacancy, what's the model's vacancy rate for loft warehouse?
Well, we have this as a flex warehouse, and for loft warehouse it's 15%.
Okay, those
But
are
we
my
have
only
this as
questions.
a flex warehouse.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Thank you. Those are my only questions.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, are you going to have any rebuttal or anything like that to deal with?
No.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Neufeld, let us get up your brief, please. When you're ready, please, 150 Fort Street.
Thank you. So I was an interesting recommendation. I think we're awfully close on a lot of items. So how about I just stick to where we we'll shorten this a bit here. Firstly,
Okay.
the area. Now, if you look at my brief, I just want to show you a picture on page 4. And this is the side view of one of the buildings. Now, The area that the assessor has, we agree on plan area, 13,041 feet. So what he's got is upper area added. As these sites, the upper area was all storage, and it was storage for the building next door. And as the tenants vacated, that space no longer became rentable. It was rented on the basis of the neighboring building, and you won't get an occupancy permit anymore on that, because that was a legal non-conforming use on it. It's not rentable area. So we used plan area, and that's the big difference. And the assessor stated about the numbers used for the size. We defaulted to a plan area because the second is no longer rentable. It's in 1950 it was rentable. It's no longer today. It's ceiling height, code upgrades, services, they just don't exist. So, I think if we had used that proper area, we probably wouldn't even be having this discussion today. But that's the answer to that. And perhaps they should have inspected. We had an opportunity to inspect it on September 20th of this year. That's when the pictures were taken. So it's always available on short notice to inspect. We have the keys in our office, and it's vacant, so there's no tenants to disturb. The issue regarding vacancy, we went with 25%, and that's to recognize the chronic nature. It's never been below that. It's never been below that, and that is only on the lower floor area as well. Avis is their departure was well known to us in the reference here that the terms were up. They were not going to renew. They ended up vacating, and there are no tenants really interested in this because it does not. There's no demand for space like this in the area. Yeah, it's interesting is that across the street there was a building that was somewhat similar that was converted to a brew pub, and that might be a good use for it, but they're not knocking on the doors here to lease the space. It is what it is. And then the other factors in the valuation, I don't think are of any consequence because the major issues happen to be the area and the vacancy that would be applied to it. The statement that the assessor provided indicates for the year in question net income of I believe it's $42,364, and there's nothing in those statements that doesn't belong. That's what it makes, $42,000. We've put the potential at 73,000 on the NOI with the lower vacancy on it rather than the 67%. We went with a 25%. The agreement on the cap rates, first of all, if this were a standalone project, we would have been talking about 12-15% cap rates. But the reason you can cap this lower than it's indicated is because you could hear from the discussion, it is not meeting the highest and best use. Its highest and best use is to be bulldozed and redeveloped. And on that basis, we did look at land values as well. There's a real scarcity of sales in the downtown area, and you saw what we presented on page in the reference years on page 2. There's nothing in the downtown area. The only one is on the small spot on Elgin at $63 a foot, and that was an assemblage for Red River. There was another sale in the downtown area, but that was for across from the convention center, and that was a redevelopment sale, an assemblage value. So we never even looked at that. But just to get to the point here, that the value we had placed on it puts the price per square foot around 40, a little over $40 a square foot. which is reasonable, realistic. It essentially means that, you know, it could sell, it'd be worth 50 a foot, but it's going to cost 10 a foot to demolish. That's how we looked at it. But that's just a test on the whole issue of this. You can see below on page 2, we had actually theoretically looked at a cap rate of about 10.5%, but applied it 8.5 because, as what I'm saying is that there's an inherent value in the land, but not a lot. In regard to the sale, there was a written offer. It was accepted and it was subject to, and the purchaser withdrew. And the basis of the sale was to convert this, the neighboring site, to apartment block from office, and to use this site for accessory parking. The allocation in that sale for this was $1 million. Now, as an unaccepted offer, we can't provide that information to anybody because their offers are made in confidence. But I've seen it. I'm swearing it to under oath, and it's known. That's the site was tested, and the other way to test that is to look at the sales flyer, which was available for everyone. And I guess we never put it in here. I don't see it here. It is publicly available. The asking for this was this site plus the one next door was 13.5 million, with the allocation for this site, I think 1 million, and the other site 12.5 million. Now, the issues, everyone, I don't know why we keep worrying about the appeals. Those are for different years, and they're totally different issues. The property has been the subject of severe ups and downs in decision making. 1 year it's hits what the value is, and we don't appeal. The next year, nothing changes, and we have to appeal. But we do know the value, and that's $1 million as part of the sale next door. Total value 13.5 million. When we have offers on it, that's what's being asked for. There was some news I saw in the paper 2 days ago about that there was a grant approved now for conversion to multifamily. So this is just a sign of our downtown. I won't call it negative. It's just a change. All real estate goes through changes and differences in use, and our downtown is now the offices are all being converted to multifamily. They're selling for less because you got to put money into it, but that's just the nature of the changing real estate market. That's where the value of this lies. There's actually more appeals than just the community. There's a court of appeal on the neighboring property for the 2016 value, and the neighboring property is really at the heart of the matter. Bottom line on this, it has been offered for sale since I was first involved with it, which was 2016. The asking on this site, $1 million. Combined property, 13.5. 2 interested parties. One never made an offer. The second one made one and withdrew it. That's a true test of the market. And if I was able to show this to the assessment department and say, well, I can show you the deal, but you're not publishing it, I would do it. But you know, their rules, they won't allow that. I can get the broker next door to testify to it. Anyway, it's been a long-standing contentious issue. The number we have on it is like the model, and I appreciate the assessor's dilemma. It was rather artificial on a property that's not performing properly. And I think our number is fair. And you know, my only comment on this is that the value is as the approach we took on it is probably I would probably look at it as the value of the land minus the cost of demolition. So essentially, it is likely to generate $60 a foot which brings it to 1.2 million. Demolition, difficult here because it's 2 stories and it's old. It's going to be probably about $10 a foot to demolish, but could be as low as $5 a foot. And that the difficulties here is the location and what are you going to find when you start excavating on a building that's 80 years old and was used as a service station, and used as one before the Manitoba Conservation started tracking sites. So there's no paperwork on this because they didn't have a Ministry of Conservation in 1940. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Frolick, any questions of the evidence?
One will be a sort of like a comment, and then it's going to be a request to Mr. Neufeld. So during my research, I wasn't able to find a sales listing for 125 Gary or 150 Fort. I just saw a lease listing for 125 Gary. So I'm asking Mr. Neufeld if he'd be able to provide us the sales listing for the 2 properties in question. Because it's not online.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, just the lease.
Okay. Well, I will get that to you, and if I can manage to squeeze it in and during the hearing, I'll have it in your hands.
Well, I'd appreciate that. And so I have no other questions, just because I am mindful of the condition and the performance of this building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I misquoted. There is an environmental on it. I just checked the database registration.
Okay. Mrs. Linkletter, any questions of the applicant's evidence?
Oh, my word. Sorry.
There you
As
go.
I said to you earlier, it's temperamental now.
No problem.
Yes, just a couple of questions. Mr. Neufeld, what year did Avis vacate this property?
One sec. Let me, I gotta check a couple of different things. I'm just wondering if the assessor had it on his rent roll. Avis. Yeah. We've got on the assessor's page 4, he's got November 2020, but I believe there was a holdover. Oh, there it is. I see it. December 31st, 2022.
All right, thank you. Is the building currently vacant?
I think it's resembles the 67% vacancy. There's still some storage in the building on the lower levels. Well, Mid Canada Cleaning still has some space, and Western Canada Lottery has some storage in it, and that's it. So they'd be taking up about 5,800 feet.
Okay, and you had stated that you inspected this property September 20th of this year?
Well, actually, those were Ayrton inspected it and took those pictures on September 20th.
Okay, do you have any written statements in regards to the condition of the property?
I do. I did not submit them. I just want to look to see what we do have. Actually, a lot of it was entered at municipal board. I didn't submit anything, but we do have a very large database on this, and what I'm paraphrasing what's in there is that the loss of that the upper level is no longer rentable, and the offer the flyers I mentioned for sale pretty much indicates that it's isn't pertinent or doesn't have a large contribution to value. Sorry, I'm doing two things at once, and I know that's bad on the board, but that's what I'm just trying to find right now. I think this is a property where we would have generally been providing a couple hundred pages of data on it, and it was, I guess, shortened to these issues.
I guess, Mr. Neufeld, at this time, you don't have that report. Would that be fair?
I've got it. I just I don't have it to submit to you. Oh, I found the flyer though. Do you want to see the flyer?
Maybe a verbal account of it?
It's exactly what I said. The asking is 13,500,000 for both sites.
But I believe the question was the condition from Mrs. Linklater.
Right. Let me just see if the condition is we have building condition reports in the property managers. I don't have them available right now. The summary of them is it's not that the space that we have is the only leaseable space we're considering.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Wait, I do have an answer for that. The flyer calls it development land.
So then by that statement, it is saying the building is in subpar condition?
Not economically viable as a revenue producing property.
All right. I thank you. That is all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Seelan, any questions of the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Neufeld, you mentioned that you use the plan versus the leasable space with respect to your numbers. What's the difference between plan and leasable?
Well, the plan is the building footprint, and the rest is just upper level space. Actually, there may even be basement space listed in the assessor's number. The reason that, as I said, it's not leasable is because it was rented out as storage space for 50 years and nothing else, and we can't get a new occupancy permit today because 2000, what's the right date on this one? 2017, the city bylaws were changed in that anytime you ask for an occupancy permit, you have to do full code upgrade. And it's just not worthwhile to do a full code upgrade on the storage space.
Okay, this was a former service station, and I think you mentioned there was something about environmental.
Yeah, it was at one time a service station. That was before my time. But I my notes from it came from I was while we were talking, I quickly looked at the Manitoba Conservation database, and it was listed as a impacted site. And Avis, God, I'm really trying to remember all this here. Yes, there was a pump island here at one point. I remember from a previous inspection seeing the remnants of the poured pump island. But I mean, at this point in time, this has no real documented history. You know what, we do have an environmental on it in our room here, our data room.
Okay, Mr. Neufeld, noted. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and there's no questions. You mentioned $40 a square foot, and you're using 1050. You mentioned about the property. Can you just clarify for me the difference here?
Well, the 1050 was based on the on some of the achieved rents that the site was getting. And I'm just looking at the rent roll now. Avis had a semi-gross lease at a higher rate, but then the cleaning company had a rate at $346 a foot, and Western Canada Lottery was $10 gross, so it was a blended rate of all that space.
Okay, and where did we come up with the $40 that you mentioned in your presentation?
Oh, well, I was just looking at our value of 862 and dividing it by 21,000 square feet. And what we do when we do appraisals is we do a check just to see, you know, we put the income value below what the land value is, which helps you determine if that's the highest and best use. And the sales we had, like I said, were really sparse in the reference here. There is a 2017 sale a block away at $60 a foot. So then $60 a foot less the cost of demolition will be, it might be a bit higher than $40. I think it's probably going to be about $50 a foot. But I didn't prepare the brief, and this is just, we came in with the income approach. This was a check, a test. My reading of it today is that the test would be that it should have been a bit higher on the land. I think 60 to sell, 10 to clean up, value 50. And I'm off, like, I'm an accredited appraiser. I can't go and make statements like this without doing a report, but I can answer questions on what my opinion was when the board asks. We have some rules like that, and I'm staying perfectly legal, and not legal, perfect to our standards here, and in how it should have been looked at. So I would look at it and think that the 60 to what it's worth after it's cleaned up, and therefore the sale price would be about 50 a square foot. So that's about $1,050,000.
Anything else, Mr. Seelan?
Just to redirect for Mr. Frolick, please. Just a question, Mr. Frolick. I'm curious if you included the basement square footage in the actual leasable space.
No, so just bear with me for a sec. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we do have some basement space, because if you look at the mailer, they are reporting basement space for parts of the area. And so there is some basement space that shows that is being leasable.
So it is a part of the actual square footage.
Yeah, it is a part of the workup that we have, yes.
Super. Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Seelan. Mr. Neufeld, my first question, is the whole building heated, including that second story? Do you know?
Just let me check something. The only way I can answer that is I'm looking at the statements and to see whether or not there was a CAM charge for heat, number one, and the second way to look at it is to look at the picture to see for if it's, you know, got things like chimneys and things in it. I was last in there a few years ago, and I didn't go upstairs. I can't, honestly. So Avis has got rooftop equipment. and of course, oh, it doesn't have any upper area, so that doesn't matter. It's the other building.
Yeah.
Um,
What I'm seeing is, it looks like double or triple glazed windows on that second story.
yeah, I see that too. Oh, I found the picture I was looking for, and it's in an old brief. There's no rooftop chimney. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. It could be a package electric unit, but
Yeah.
there's no chimneys on the the 2-story portion. I see chimneys on the 1-story portion.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is regarding this sale. When did that, what is the package sale, the other address?
125 Gary.
25, okay. And that, when did that sell?
The deal was written in late 22, stayed open for about 4 months for due diligence, and then retracted. I think sometime late February, early March of 2023.
Okay, so retracted. So when did it sell?
October 22, they made the transaction.
Sorry, so you just stated it was retracted, the deal, so.
Yeah. Well, when I'm, perhaps we have different terminology here. It never sold. What had happened is they in October of 22, it had been for sale for 6 years, and an offer was made in October 22. It was accepted, and then it went into a due diligence period, and the purchaser had the opportunity to do his review, and it was a conditional offer. And obviously, at 3-4 months later, they just determined that it wasn't viable to purchase it, and they canceled their offer.
So there never was a sale on the?
No, there wasn't. I hopefully I didn't. I hope I didn't give you the wrong impression. There have been 2 potential transactions. The one that was dated a year prior, never got as far as writing an offer. It was an expression of interest, and the second one in late 22 it was going down to decision day, and it was retracted.
But it was listed for, you're saying, for 6 years for $13.5 million.
Both
The
parcels, yes.
Okay. All right, but no actual sale. All right, okay, that's my only question.
Sorry, I did have this isn't an adequate answer, but I'm looking at an older information. There's no utilities collected on the storage area. That doesn't mean anything. It just means that that it's either a gross rent or they don't have it. So your question on whether it's heated, no answer.
Okay. All right. Mr. Frolick, any requirement for a summary?
Nope, the property speaks for itself.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld?
Yeah, I'm sorry that this is such a confusing property, but that's what happens when you've lost your highest and best use. In the preparation we did on our side didn't really, what we should have had for this property in particular was a much more in-depth appraisal, and time doesn't permit it at the Board of Revision. However, I think what we did prepare gives you a good shortened, abbreviated synopsis of the situation, and the value is as land, and one valuation done on it in our little system was $862. I'm thinking it's probably closer to $50 a square foot on 21,000 feet, which is $1,050,000. Of note, consider the only real issue between our position and the assessment position is the rentable area. If they actually use 13,000 instead of 21,000. With the assessor's modified offer, the value would be approximately 1.1 million, and that would have been acceptable. This is not an exact science as to when you have a property that's that isn't meeting its highest and best use. It can't be determined like you would a strip mall or an apartment block. This is ventures into the land of speculative uses, and I think that the 8 years that they've been trying to sell this are an indication that when we look at, we're supposed to look at market value. I think that firms it up with how the market has reacted. It's not worth $1 million. It's not worth 13.5 with the 160,000 square foot office and parkade next door. And thank you. That's the shortened version of a long story.
All right, Mr. Follick, you look like you're calculating something there. Have a comment possibly?
No.
Or
I was just confused, so I don't understand. So if I reduce the square footage by 4,000 square feet, it comes up with a $600,000 difference in value in terms of income? Or did I mishear that?
No, I was just doing something off the top of my head. I was saying that we aren't that far apart with if the square footage was the same. You have a lower rental rate and a lower vacancy. We have a higher rent and a higher vacancy. The cap is virtually the same. So I was just doing a quick. If you take
Well, the reason why I ask is because if we like with regards to the square footage and everything like that, but the bottom line, it's a moot point because it's going to be dealt with at the municipal board at one way or another. But all I know is like if I'm offering a value of $1.8 million, roughly speaking, 80% of that is $14,400,000.
It's not 80%. It's 13 million divided by 21,134, which comes to 1,000,000.
Where did you get the 13 million?
okay, now let's just
Exactly.
13,000.
It's a moot point.
13,000.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. And I apologize, but I have a question for the applicant.
okay.
Is your value 862,000 or is your value the 1,050,000 that you just mentioned?
I have 3 numbers that I've been looking at here, and I'm like this all the time. I don't mind listening to changing a position here. The 862 was what we submitted. I think that the person who wrote this up was stuck on the income approach, and I think that it should have been land value, and that was just something I presented verbally at $50 a square foot. That was 1,050,000. And then the other third number was reworking the assessor's number with just the change in the square footage, nothing else. The number is 1,112,000. I think that since I signed the appeal form, I'm asking for 1,050,000.
Okay.
Thank
right.
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Searan. All right. That concludes item number 1, file 24-3966, 154th Street. Next item on the docket is item number 2, file number 24-3770. Address is 488 Burnell Street. And we're dealing with a 2025 Realty Assessment Appeal. Mr. Follick.
Roll number is 13-0300-75-100. Assessed value that we have is $1,349,000. The years built for this property is between 1912 and 1959. We have wall height ranging from 9 feet to 15 feet. The land area is 27,813, and the leasable area that we have is 21,972. There are outstanding municipal board orders on this property for 2020 and 2023. Property owner has been compliant with regards to filling out the income expense mailers, and this property is owner occupied, and they've provided the information on page 2. As you can tell, it's an old dated building that's on from pictures on page 3. Applicant also has pictures in his brief. I've never inspected this property. Based on the information that we have here, we have a total potential net income, potential income of 126,817. Works out to on a leasable area of 21,972. It works out to $5.78 rounded. Using 4% vacancy, 3% expenses, shortfall 4%, and utilizing an 8.5% cap rate, we come up with a value of $1,349,000. My comparables are all located within the west end of the city on Isabel, St. Matthews, Wall Street, and Alexander. The ranges, the subject properties is 20,000 square feet, and my comparables range from 9,300 to 19,000 square feet. Wall heights are between 13 and 26, and the effective year builds are between 1956 and 1981. And we have rents between 516 and 745. So looking at those range of rents, I think 576 or 578 is pretty fair. In terms of cap rate evaluation, I'm just going to provide some just history with regards to the cap rates, because it's just that we went through a situation with the reference date of April 1st, 2023. We had a situation where when COVID hit in March of 2020, interest rates were reduced by the Bank of Canada, where people were able to get 5% mortgages at 1.75%. So from that period of time, all of a sudden, because they wanted to avoid a recession, because they didn't know what to expect. And then subsequently, what they realized is they probably overheated the economy. Inflation issues were taking place because of COVID, because of supply chain issues, and because of the war. And then all of a sudden, they redacted that. And then in the summer of 2022, the Bank of Canada policy became more aggressive, and they started raising interest rates quite a bit. And so when we did our analysis, unfortunately, after that, once the interest rates started going up quite significantly in 2022, what ended up happening was that interest rates rised, and markets don't like instability. And there weren't a lot of sales that we were able to capture for our model for this reference period. So it's a combination of a low interest rate environment and a combination of where interest rates changed after the summer of 2022. So that's just the general overview of it. For a lot of these properties, these charts here show our parameters for our 80th and 20th. Industry leaders are usually looking at investment grade properties, which are not a part of this docket at this time, but it's just some information that I want to share. That concludes my formal presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frolick. Mr. Neufeld, any questions of the assessor's evidence presented?
Yes, so I'm looking at the picture on, did you have an overhead in this?
You know what? I don't think I included an overhead on this.
Okay, I was looking at mine. How many buildings are there? Like, how many sections are there in this building?
Well, it seems to me like there's 3 different buildings here, but our records only show, our records show 4 buildings.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. And do you have an idea of the predominant age of it, like 1912 and 1959? Did you break this down? Do you know what it is?
Looking at the pictures, it does seem to be like an old building. And so let me take a look for you quickly.
I mean, I'm guessing, I don't want to put words in your mouth. This is predominantly 1912, isn't it? It was the breezeway that was added in the 50s, wasn't it not? I'm putting words in your mouth, but
Mr. Neufeld, you've been dealing with this property a lot longer than I have. And so first building was built in 1912 at 6,400 square feet. Then another 3,000 was added in 1918. 2,000 square feet in 1959. And 1,400 square feet in 1950.
Okay,
So just looking at, because there's 2 floors to this building here, so roughly speaking, 64. And so you got 10,000 square feet on this building here. We have a leasable area, so you could almost, you could look at it saying, half the building was built in 1918.
all right. And do you know what it was built for?
Mr. Neufeld, that's not in my brief. I don't have the history of this property that you do. So
Okay. Well, what I'm wondering is, was it built for a load-bearing second floor, like an industrial weight-bearing capability for the second floor?
I can't answer that.
Okay. And I'm looking at your overview of the income-producing properties. How did the model determine that the vacancy would be 4%?
That looked at it from all the income and expense mailers that we collected or that were provided for us in the neighborhood.
Right, but like, I'm just talking about the model. Like, the way it appears to me is that it's area building neighborhood 6 industrial rate.
Like for the zoning?
No, in your market regions, you have it would it be market region 6?
I don't have that in front of me right now.
Okay.
So
Okay, well, does the board get
what happens though usually with inner city properties like this? A lot of them are owner occupied, and there's not a lot of market rents here, just like this property.
No, I was asking about the model, and I'm wondering,
okay.
Does the board have access to the model, or is it something we just have to discuss verbally?
No, we don't have access.
No,
Okay.
So you know the answer to that question.
We're just gonna go with what's presented by the, each party.
Okay. So I'm gonna get to the point then. Why wasn't this called a loft warehouse at 15%?
Because I think it was only 2 floors, and usually loft warehouses are more than 2 floors.
Okay, I don't think that's correct, but that's your answer. The next question is, it's zoned R2, correct?
Yes.
Did you check to see if the current use is permissible?
Legally non-conforming, Mr. Neufeld, as you know.
I'm asking you, so when you have a legal non-conforming use, where would the model present consideration for that factor?
It doesn't. I don't know the answer to that question, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay. And in regard to the rents, you've got this broken down 12,903 and 9,069. Is that up and down, or where's the break on this? It appears to be plan area and then upper area. Is that fair?
I'm just looking for leasable areas that are closer to subject property.
Yeah, I don't know. The subject property has a plan area, no disagreement there, 12,903, and you have leasable is 21,972. Is that additional amount represent just the upper level?
I'm assuming that is the upper level on the 1 floor.
Okay, yeah. When you subtract the basement from your gross area, you get 21,972. So you're assessing first floor and upper level then, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And why would there be such a small difference in the rental rates?
Well, we just have 2 pits for this property, and we have one. Well, Well, I think the differences in our rental rates are probably consistent with regards to how we do for all of our properties.
I mean, does the second floor have the same loading capability as the first floor?
Well, the second floor, like without being in this building, Mr. Neufeld, I'm not able to answer that question.
Okay, no, that's fair. And is there a freight elevator?
Like I stated before, haven't been in the building, can't comment on freight elevator.
Okay, but I'm just wondering, aren't those two factors that one would take into account
Well,
for
you know what? But you
for a
know,
rental difference?
in situations like this, and I hate to speculate, but the point is, one theory could have is that you have office space on the second floor, and you have loading and manufacturing space and warehouse space on the first floor.
Okay, and that's just you're clear about that. That was just an assumption. You know, you haven't
Just
been in there.
speculation, Mr.
Okay.
Neufeld, right?
Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you. Mrs. Linkletter, any questions of the assessor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple. So Mr. Froelich, you have stated that you did not inspect this property, correct?
That is correct.
And do you have any notes as to when it was inspected that speak to the condition?
In 2006, we have a permit value where they added some office spaces with this added 6 office spaces to the front of the building and added new boardroom, bathroom, painted wall ceiling, new fixtures, new carpets. Permit was obtained by the contractor. Yeah. And that was with the company, it was with Unigraphics Manitoba at the time. That's the last time that I'm guessing that someone was there or someone did a good review of this property.
Okay. So you don't know then whether the mechanics on this building have been upgraded?
Nope.
Okay. And also your comps that you used on page 5.
Yes.
You've got an effective year built, 56, 64, etc., in 1981. But this building was actually built in, I believe, 1912.
Yep. And we have effective year built of 1948 on this building.
Okay. So that still makes it older than the rent comparables. Do you have any idea when the rent comparables were actually built?
Yeah, well, what we have the effective year built for the rent comparables between 1956 and 1981. But with the 1981 property, it has a much higher rent.
Right. Right. No, sorry, I'm just getting at, I see you have the effective year, but do you have the actual year?
No, I don't have access to that.
Okay. I thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Seelan, any questions?
Yeah, just for clarification, was your rent $5.78 per square foot blended, or?
Yeah, that's the blended rent. Yeah.
Super, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have no questions at all. Mr. Neufeld, allow us to find your brief, please. When you're ready, Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. So the pictures you've seen there, I took myself, and I think I took them right before COVID, around 2019. I haven't been in it since. The building was built, as the assessor mentioned, 1912. It was actually built as an ice cream plant, and then in 1942 it was became a printing company. And you can see the sign still up there for Higmill Printing, but it's now it's Unigraphics. So the condition of it is, you can tell from the pictures, this is just not a great building. It's not pretty. It's a printing shop. There is some upper floor weight support, and you can see the picture, for example, on page 6, and another one on page here we go, 11. So for 1912, this was a fairly good weight bearing capacity on the second floor, but the problem is, and you look at page the bottom of page 11 and page 13, it's not bearing weight anymore, because you can see the structural cracking that's occurred. So they're not putting weight on it anymore. It's just low bearing storage, and that's why we had a different rate on it for it. We weren't too concerned about the $6 rate that the assessor applied on the area. Now, our difference in the area is also that we did not count the breezeway as rentable area. And on our picture on page 1, I actually measured this out myself. The white portion in the middle was a breezeway that connects 2 buildings, and the building at the rear, which is a 1-story, and the building at the front, which is the 2-story. And the breezeway is not heated. So it's just my quick measurements on it, and that's what I put down for rentable area. So that's the second area we disagree. The third area is the vacancy rate. Now, you know, I'm in private practice, so what the assessor puts down isn't something we concern ourselves with. But in terms of taxation, this is a loft warehouse. There's no such thing as how many floors it contains. A loft warehouse is just any old building that has an additional upper floor. That's why they call it loft. And it differentiates a style in Winnipeg that in most cities of an older industrial building. Anything with an additional floor. And the reasons that these vacancy rates are so high is exactly as I'm pointing out, the fact that the upper floor doesn't have the greatest load bearing capability, and over time, and essentially in industrial uses, as you know, this is built before the First World War. So as industry progressed, machines became bigger and heavier, and you could no longer put them on the second floor. This isn't, you know, in 1912 they considered the second floor as, well, we could put sewing machines up there or something like that, not massive equipment, massive printing presses. And that's what has made the second floor obsolete, and that's a reflection of not just the rental rate, but the vacancy rate. As far as the rest of the parameters go, 8.5 to 8.75, it's not really, we don't really care about that. I mean, we care, but it's not something that we would have filed an appeal for. But the condition speaks to what we're saying in terms of the second floor, upper floor, I can't call it second, it's upper floor value and the way it would be treated. A picture of the upper floor, because I know I'm going to get asked this, is on top of page 5. That's that lovely office build out. And then on the top of page 6. So this is just a storage area, and you can see the giant column, and this is the way they made them in 1912 with the flares for weight, because it was a different style of construction. The upper floor deck from the first floor is at the bottom of page 6, and that's what the deck looks like. My bad camera work, but it's not nice. Now, when we get to page 7, the top picture is the main floor, because the printing equipment there of course, couldn't get upstairs, and it couldn't bear the weight if it were upstairs. But then the picture below is from the upper floor, and the reason you can see that is there's a banister on the side where the stairwell is located. That's the upper floor. That's not a $6 rent, and that's our contention. Bottom of page 8 is the main floor, because you can see the loading door is in there, and same with the top of page 9. And the bottom picture in page 9 is the underside of the ceiling between 1 and 2. And this one was plastered over, and you can see that it was cracking in moisture. We're not looking for good quality living space. It's functional space is the concern. And the breezeway I mentioned is page 10. So I'm standing, when I took this picture, I'm standing in the breezeway. No, I'm standing looking at the breezeway, sorry, because I see there's a heating unit up top there. And looking at it, and then the other pictures, page 11 is the main floor area of the building, the north building, and you can see that the way the insulation was put up there. I don't know if this dates the ice cream days or not. I have no idea. But it shows how it was put in with slats and fiberglass bats, so that would have been an addition to the original construction. Bottom of page, that's what I was looking for. I knew I'd had a breezeway shot. Top of page 12, that is the breezeway that we weren't putting in the rentable area, and it's connecting the two areas. And there's lighting in it, no doubt about that. But it wasn't heated. It's not heated space. Other than that, just general building quality and concerns, and I think that this is pretty much a pretty good number for it. And my last comment on all of this is that when buildings like this hit the market, they don't rent. You know, the assessor and myself were not going to be able to give you great rent comparables because this isn't a rentable property. These things transact on usually on direct comparison, which was you buying the whole thing. So this goes to market, 20,000 square feet. Our number is about $33 a square foot, and I did not enter any evidence, but I have reviewed sales and buildings like this. The lowest I saw was $9 a foot. The highest was $40 a foot. To do a comparison on a building like this is a wildly subjective practice, but that's what the market dictates, is between 10 and 40, depending on the utility. This being upper floor, no utility, you'd be focusing on the base, on the first floor only. So we have about 12,000 square feet that it would be based on. So 12,000 feet puts it at the top of the market for loft. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Follick, any questions of the applicant's evidence?
Yeah, it's my question with regards to loft warehouse, Kim calling it two-story building loft warehouses. Would do you have any examples of other two-story loft warehouses that we have in our database for properties? Because I can't think of any. Because when I think of loft warehouses, I'm thinking of multi-storied buildings here that are greater than 2, which is why I'm wondering what your 15% vacancy.
My comment on that is I think it should have been classified by the assessment department as such. In practice, in private practice, what we would look at is you know, for example, the upper floor area represents 40% of the rentable area, and it's going to get a lower rent, and a lot of people will look at it and saying it offers no value. So arguably, it's a 40% vacancy, no rent attributed to it. But in in our industry, we would call it, we would categorize it with all the rest of them, which are older warehouses, older industrial properties. And this kind of coincides with, I was looking at this the other day. This is the Johnson report, and that's how they'd classify it as well. It's a question of utility. It's called loft for lots and lots of reasons. Like, for example, there's no semi-trailer ability whatsoever here. There's no ceiling height. There's poor loading areas. It's located in a residential area, and it's just going to.
Well, most loft warehouses are located in high density areas.
Well, the point is, if you're going to take it to market and you need to put a new user in there, you're not going to get an occupancy permit in it. So the 15% is also based on, and I've had a lot of practice with this in private practice, is that you get a legal non-conforming site, you've got a year to replace that with the same use, or you lose that legal non-conforming. Then you have to conform with the zoning. So if this goes vacant.
Okay, Mr. Neufeld, Mr. Frolick,
No other questions?
yeah, the assessor presenting industrial warehouse, Mr. Neufeld, you're saying that you consider it to be a different style of building to be assessed and therefore a different vacancy rate. We'll just leave it at that, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Where am I? Mr. Sheehan, any questions of the applicant?
Yes, your pictures, they're from 2019 when you inspected the building.
I have to go from memory here. I believe, because that was the first year that we had it, dated actually October of 2019.
Okay. Your square footage, I'll say your blended rate is $4.36. Is that true?
436. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Linklater, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of questions. Mr. Neufeld, you're talking about this breezeway that's connecting the two buildings,
Yes.
and it's got lighting, but and you said it's not heated. So is there a way for that breezeway to be closed off on both ends?
No, it's the connecting joint, and it's not the entire white portion of it. When you look at the overhead, it's L-shaped. You see the white part of it. It's the section that's not heated is actually in the inset of that L shape. Remember the assessor quoted 4 sections. It was that particular section of it, and I have so many of these that my thing is I usually try to memorize what I'm doing, and I didn't. So, but I guess I wish I could point it out, but it looks to be about 500 square feet, and on my page 1, the white portion, there's the inset. So it's that low ceiling inset portion there, which is roughly 500 square feet. That's our difference.
All right. So, but my question was, can it be blocked off? So it can't, correct?
Well, it's blocked off in winter. They close the doors. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, of course. Yes.
Right.
I think they generally have those. There's a picture of the vinyl strips, clear vinyl strips that do a separation. Yeah.
Okay. How long has the current tenant been in there? Do you know?
Oh, they're the owner.
So it's
no.
owner occupied. Okay.
Yeah, I I don't know. Earlier I was describing it to you. I was reading from the Manitoba Historical Society archives, and it became a printing shop in 1942, but not their printing shop. I'm not sure.
Okay. And you talked about the condition of the second floor. And you were talking about cracking and insulation, etc. But are you going so far as to say that the owner has an issue in terms of they can't put heavy things up there anymore, that the floor is going to give way?
Well, that's essentially the issue of concern for the load bearing capability on the second floor now. With you could see from the cracking and the moisture, and I don't like to comment on things like that without an engineer saying, but to me it looks like moisture got into the subfloor, and it heaved, and it was likely because at the time it was used as a ice cream plant, so they had coolers in there. So I think it was a moisture and a cracking issue that led to all this. And then so it just makes the upper floor not viable for load bearing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to redirect quickly to the assessor, if I may.
Of course.
Thank you. Mr. Froelich, was your assessment all model driven?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, can you point to the second floor picture? I've kind of lost track here of what it's being used for now. Do you have one of that?
Yeah, the top of page 5 is the small area on the second floor. That's just the part that's facing one of the corners facing the street, and the bottom of page 7 was the basement. Okay, it was okay, the top of page 10 I should have labeled these when I took them. There was one more. No, it was just those two.
So which are the second floors again? The top of page 5?
Top of page 5 and the top of page 10.
Okay, so top page 5 shows a small offset printing press and a little work area there, and then page 10.
No, 5? No,
Yeah.
that there's two pictures there. The bottom, the press is on the main floor. There's should be a spacer there, but it's that orange and red drywall thing. That's the top.
Orange.
The upper floor.
Okay.
The press is on the bottom of 5, and that's on the main floor.
Okay, so I'm just going to go back here to page 5. So we got the small offset printing and the
Immediately above that, the orange and the red.
like an office area, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then on page 10, there's storage of printing paper on the outside.
Yeah, the racks, and it's not paper for the press. That's it looks like finished product is there. Like these, when they have the picture at the front of it that shows what was printed in there. So it's dead storage, and on the left side are cartons.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, so maybe a shipping and receiving area or something like that. Yeah.
Is that the second floor?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, because that wouldn't make any sense, though. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's hard for me to comment, but it's just
Yeah,
But,
and
but that,
Mr. Neufeld, is there an elevator, like a freight elevator to carry
No,
up and
no,
down?
there isn't.
So they walk up and down with materials finished or unfinished or whatever,
Right.
how it's being used. Okay, all right. Okay, that is my only question. Mr. Frolick, any requirement for summary?
yeah, I just, with regards to the 2 points of contention that I have with Mr. Neufeld's presentation is with regards to the vacancy that I used of calling this a loft warehouse when it's in our definition or how we want to be equitable to all property taxpayers in the city of Winnipeg. I don't believe a 15% vacancy is warranted. And with regards to the manufacturing process, it's hard for me to understand, but I'm guessing if on the top of page 10, if that's holding all that product on the racks, that tells me that, the issues with regards to the second floor capacity for handling heavier weight is not as significant as Mr. Neufeld has presented, and a $2 rent for the second floor space is not warranted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld?
Sorry, and I'm trying to be respectful here, but people have to refrain from discussing issues that they're not an expert in. I had a hard time talking about the cracking, and the only reason I could is because I've had some experience here. Talking about load bearing is outside of that capability, but I'll tell you my side of that story is that the boxes are placed on the outside because there's more weight bearing capability from the walls. It's the center of the floor that can't hold the weight, and that's just any old house you've been in. You go to the upper floor, it's always sagging in the middle, and you put your heavy stuff on the side, and it's not heavy, it's printed product. It's not a printing press that weighs thousands of pounds. Each box is about 24 pounds. So we should really refrain from making that. Now, the concept of vacancy is like, it's not a question of equity, it's a question of utility. Look at the pictures. They obviously have a physical limitation on the space. It's not just on what they could get for it. It's the fact that it's just unusable. I think my preference on this would have been to disregard the upper level entirely, but it was just another argument than to have with the assessment department. So we gave a nominal rate to it. But the vacancy issue is clear in all the market reports and clear in our practice. Vacancy isn't just a single issue. There's two other issues in play here as well. Number one, it is in the archives of the Historical Society. We didn't present that in our brief, but it is a problem for a revenue-producing building. It's lovely to look at the building, but as far as its future utility, it'll be restricted. So that's a cap problem, it's a vacancy problem, it's a rent problem, it's an everything problem. The other is an additional concern, and in my opinion, probably greater, R2 zoning with an industrial non-conforming use. If it goes to market and it's vacant for over a year, that use is no longer permissible. And then you have to market the building for an offer to a community group for $1. So we take these factors into consideration on this, and if you're going to try to bring it to market, you're probably going to be targeting a lower rent to keep the doors open and to keep the use going, and you have a higher risk level. The way to value these is actually a direct comparison approach, and I know this is I did bring this up, what the sales were, and I mentioned a range. It's actually $19.96 to $36.92 for older buildings, same era, same neighborhood attributes. That's what they sell for, and we've got a pretty fair number on that. We're at the top of that scale for it, and the mistake is, as with the building previously, these two don't fit into the model. And that's why we have a board of revision. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Excuse me, that concludes item number 2, 488 Burnell Street. I think we're gonna take a 10-minute recess right now, please. Mrs. Harland?
All right, Mr. Chair, I'll take us offline. Just a
Thank you.
moment, please.
Thank you, Mrs. Harlan. I will now call the hearing back to order. Next item on the docket is item number 3, file number 24-4179, address 943 Notre Dame Avenue. We're dealing with a 2025 realty assessment appeal. Mr. Frolick, when you're ready, please, 943 Notre Dame Avenue.
Yes, file number is 24-4179. Roll number is 13-06-02-955-00. Initially, we had two values on this property, one exempt and one taxable. The exempt portion was $879. The taxable portion was $106. For a grand total of $985,000. When I was looking at the property, I noticed there was an error and the entire building should be exempt. And when I was looking at the valuation process, I'm prepared to make a recommendation of $885,000 where it is exempt. I believe this is a fair value based on the recent permits and upgrades to the building. Thank you.
Just to confirm, Mr. Frolick, so it would stay at class code 60, but E liability.
Yeah, so then it will all be $885,000 E.
Class code 60 still?
Class code 60, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Neufeld, any comments about that?
No, it's fine. I mean, it could be $20 million if it's exempt. It doesn't matter anymore, right? So we accept.
Okay, so you're accepting it, okay. Questions of the assessor? Mr. Neufeld?
Nope, nothing.
Okay. So I'm correct in stating you're accepting the recommendation in changing class code and evaluation?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Mr. Seelan, any questions of the assessor?
No, so we're just changing the class code because we have currently two class codes on this property. Is that true? Mr. Assessor?
Yes,
We're
that's
just
correct. That's the only change happening.
okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I understood. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Seelan. Mrs. Linklater, any questions of the assessor?
No, I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Frolick, I'm afraid I'm gonna ask you how the total value changed from $985,000 to $885,000.
It was a glitch in our system. Plain and simple, and I can't really explain it because there were two different class codes, and it's just that I didn't understand why.
Okay, no, but what I'm questioning you is the value is actually dropped by $100,000.
And that was a mistake that we had in our system. That $100,000 shouldn't have been there.
Oh, okay,
So the workup that's in my brief is the workup that I presented.
okay,
Creation of.
okay. All right, so that's your presented rental rate and everything, okay. Okay, perfect, okay. I have no other questions. Requirement for summary by either party?
Nope.
Thank you. That concludes item number 3. 943 Northern Green Avenue. Next item on the docket is item number 4, file number 24-4202. Address is 332 Nassau Street North.
let me just check one thing here, please.
And we're dealing with 2025 Realty Assessment Appeal. If you wait for us, Mr. Frolick, we'll pull up your brief, please.
Okay, no problem.
When you're ready, please, Mr. Frolick.
Okay. File number is 24-4202. Roll number is 12097700. Assessed value that we have for 2025 is $3,885,000. There are no outstanding municipal boards on this property at this time. One building built between 1956 and 2017. We have a wall height of 16 feet. We have a land area of 106,095, and we have a leasable area of 47,446. Property owner has been compliant with regards to completing their income and expense mailer. The property is owner occupied. And there was a multi-roll sale in a sworn value for this property, multi-roll for $5,827,000. I've never inspected this property. Here are some subject property pictures on page 3. And an overview shot on page 4 on the back here. Just an example of where it is located at, and the details with regards to how it corners Nassau, Pembina, and the railway tracks. Our assessed value for this property is using $7.60 on a leasable area of 47,746 to come up with a value of $362,870. Potential rent is $362,870, 4% vacancy, $3 expenses, $4 shortfall. Comes up with a net operating income of $330,265. Using an 8.5% cap rate, we come up with a value of $3,385,000. In 2023, the previous assessment was the agreed upon value was at $2,285,000. So I was hoping that we could come to some negotiated settlement on this one, but unfortunately, nothing occurred for this property. Property comparables that I have, I've got property comparables on Bunting, Irene Street, and Seal. Leasable areas range from 32,000 square feet up to 51,081. Effective year builds for these buildings is very similar to the subject property, between 1964 and 1977. And the rents we have range from $701 to $1014. And they seem to be in line with the rent that we're using with the subject property. That concludes my formal presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frolick. Mr. Neufeld, any questions of the assessor's evidence?
Yes, just, sorry, 1 second. I was just
Okay.
in the middle of a calculation. Okay. Yes. And you mentioned this multi-roll sale that was actually 5 sites, correct?
Yeah, we just had it there for information, and it was I think it was with regards to the lot at the back portion with regards to the city of Winnipeg port. Yeah, you know what? I don't know the details of the sale.
Okay, so you don't know the details. That's fine.
No, I do not know the details of the sale. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. I'll refer to it later. I just wanted to check. Now, in terms of the paid rent on the site on page 2, was there any consideration or weight given to this?
No, because what happens as with car dealerships, we're told that that book rents have no value, and so when I look at the 251,988 divided by the 47,746, that seems a bit low for this location in this area and compare my comparables. So there was little weight placed on the book rent.
Why do you call it a book rent?
Well, because it says it's owner occupied on the very top, on the very top part of the
Okay.
the mailer.
I see that. Okay. Uh, okay. Now moving to the land building ratio, it's fairly low, isn't it?
You know what? For established areas, it's what I've noticed with all the comparables that we have here today. The comparables that I've used, they've had a range between 1.75 and I think almost to like about 3.5 that I've used. So when it comes to land to building ratio, what I've learned over the years is that as long as it has good access to meet the needs of their business, you know, then land to building's not an issue with regards to that.
Well,
I'm not familiar with the loading process, but you know, I'm guessing for their business model, it works for them.
well, you're saying it's not a factor. So, where can you bring semi-trailers onto this site? Do you have an overhead view of it?
I do have. I'm looking at an overview here right now.
What page is your overhead?
Oh, I'm just looking.
You got a partial one? Oh yeah, page.
I have an overview
4.
set on page 4.
Yeah.
Usually, for the bit, they don't use 52-foot semis for this type of building here. The trucks that they use are usually 5-10 trucks that are much smaller. And
Well,
so
are you basing it on what they use or what the potential is in the market?
You were saying what's the potential for market?
Yeah, I mean, if you bring this to market, won't the potential user want to bring a semi-trailer in?
It depends on the person who's buying the property.
Well, it's
It's
industrial.
very subjective.
It's
Because we have
industrial.
lots of situations whereby land to building ratios are very similar. And if they're able to utilize local streets to load and unload, you know, there are lots of situations that we could talk about 1800 Inkster. We could talk about the Burberry plant on Pandora. There's lots of situations where land to building ratio is not a factor and that they've done recent expansions.
I think what you're referring to are people's adaptation to inferior buildings. I'm saying, what happens when you bring this to market and you want to find someone to buy it or lease it? Did you give any consideration to the inability to handle semi-trailers?
All my comparables have similar land to building ratios.
And what about being able to turn a semi-trailer around? Is there anywhere on this lot that provides a 125-foot turning circle?
Not for this property, no.
Okay. Any of your comparables have the ability to do that?
No, all the comparables that I've used have land to building ratios between 1.9 and 4.45.
Well, forgive me for being unprepared. What about the ability to maneuver on the site?
For the subject property or for my comparables?
Your comparables.
Yeah, I was just looking strictly at land to building ratio.
Okay. Well, isn't Bunting Street that you've used twice, that's a multi-tenanted site?
Yeah, but it's also a storage warehouse. And it's also a warehouse that's used, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the aerial on that, and I see semi-trailers parked on the site.
Yeah, and we have a land to building ratio of 3.46 to 1.
Okay.
And the rents that we're using are within the range. Like the subject property rent is 760. You know, if there was meaningful negotiations, I would have looked at adjusting the rent, but unfortunately none of that happened. So I think you know, we have a much higher rent at 927, and that land to building ratio is you know, 2.7 to 1.
But you just said that the land to building was 3.46 on Bunting.
No,
correct?
we were talking about the seal property. No,
Oh, seal.
the bunting was 3.46 to 1. The
Okay,
Dunlop property is 2.72 to 1, and that's receiving a much higher rent.
which one?
The next one on Dunlop.
Okay, and Dunlop, and you could confirm that I'm looking at a picture of it. And I see semi-trailers unloading at the rear. You can do that at Dunlop, correct?
Yeah, there are semi-trailers for that one, yes.
Okay, and what about 100 Irene?
100 Irene, that's a 1.9 to 1.
1.9. And what sort of operation, what sort of business is this?
Mm. I'm not too sure what they do.
Okay, it's a contractor's outfit, I believe. Now, are you aware that 1535 Seal was the original owner leased to a new operator, and when he sold his business to him in
I was not aware
2020?
of that.
Okay, and of course, you are aware, may not then be aware that that new operator is now in receivership.
I am not aware of that.
Okay, and that one, you're aware that you can access it from Irene, or not from Irene, from Seal,
Well, yeah, but
with semi-trailers?
with a property like that, it's like there's a big difference in terms of the location and the density of the area between Irene and Pembina Highway.
And
And what works for this location is that it's in a more central location as opposed to Irene, which would generate higher market rents.
and other than the question of not being able to put semi-trailers on the subject property, what about access to it? Did you look at the access?
In what way?
Getting in and out with your trucks?
Well, I see a lot of 5-ton trucks that are located in the parking lot for this property, so there doesn't seem to be an issue with regards to access that I see.
Okay.
There's
I drive
lots
past
of
it.
vehicles in the parking lot.
I drive past it twice a day, but that's fine. It's my evidence. So you're treating it the same as these 5 comparables that you've got here in terms of that particular quality, which
Well, there's
would
not a
be
lot of industrial
access and
there's not a
utility.
lot of industrial properties that are located on Pembina Highway in such a high density location.
Why do you think that is?
Why do I think that is?
Yeah.
Well, because they've been in business there for a long period of time, and this is where their operations are.
Well, I meant, why aren't people clamoring to go back on Pembina Highway with their manufacturing facilities?
Because this is probably grandfather clause. It's zoned as commercial too, so there could be all sorts of commercial activity there. It's just pucked as industrial because that's the property at this time. That's how it's being used for.
And you are aware that it's registered on the environmental database, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And what does your model do with things like that?
We base the model on the income approach to value, so there's no adjustments to the rents if it's on the contaminated list or not.
Okay, so you don't take it into account. Is that something that later on, when you review it, is often adjusted for?
Not necessarily.
Okay. And you mentioned zoning. What would be the use category in the zoning? Do you know?
Well, it's C2.
No, but what would be
commercial.
the industry use there on the charts? I'm just looking at it and wondering, what would you characterize this at? Is that light manufacturing? I don't see a
We have it as light manufacturing.
light manufacturing. Okay, and of course you are aware it's a cleaning company or a laundry company.
Dry cleaning. Yep. Laundry. Yep. They do commercial
Oh,
cleaning.
Okay. Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Seelan, any questions of the assessor?
My questions have been answered, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Linkletter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple. So I think you stated that the city had not inspected this property, Mr. Froelich? Or you hadn't?
No, I have not.
Okay. Again, any indication in your notes as to when it was last inspected?
I can take a look for you. Give me 1 sec. Yeah. No, based on what I have here, there was a, yeah, there's a small they built a brand new building in 2020, but I think we just added it to the roll. And I have no record of an inspection.
All right, thank you. And this property is owner occupied, correct?
That's my understanding, and that's
Okay.
what's been indicated on the mailer.
All right, and your brief was model driven?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so on page, oh, I had it. Where did it go? Page 2.
Yep.
They provide their mailer.
Yep.
So their NOI is quite a bit different from yours. That was model driven. Do you give any consideration to that difference or no?
No, not at all.
All right.
No.
Thank you. Thank
you.
you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Frolick, I'm just trying to determine, I guess, what page am I? Number 4, the top part. So we're located next to a car dealership. So that picture showing all the cars is the property adjacent, right?
Yep.
Okay, now I got it. All right. And that's all my questions. Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, allow us to get to your brief, please. When you're ready, Mr. Neufeld.
Yes, thank you. Again, and I hate doing this, but I can't prepare these briefs and maintain my accreditation because I have to do a full appraisal or nothing. All I can do is review it and comment on it. If I have a difference of opinion, I'm allowed to verbally express it. And that's when you become an accredited appraiser, you got to live with your rules. So in this case, this is a very difficult property to do because it has several features that are different than the norm. First of all, the business was started at a time when their business differed. In 1959, the presence of dry cleaning and sending out laundry was far more prevalent than today, and it was a big business. And dry cleaning used a chemical called, I think it's called carbon tetrachloride, which has since been banned. But the half-life on it is incredibly long, and it's an instant contaminant. Now you can clean portions of your facility, but it goes into the soil. So it is on the environment list. It is because of the use of the dry cleaning chemicals, and it is a factor on value. The issue of the site itself, as it said in 1959, they were there, and Pembina Dodge was right beside them as well. And that's what Pembina looked like at the time. This was an industrial part, and since then, of course, it's all been changing, and retail's been coming in, and there's probably going to be a few more multifamily projects happening on there because of the rapid transit line. But the picture is the problem with it. I'll show you the problem with it on the top of page 2, and the outline of the lot is in blue, and what you need to get semi-trailer access is a 125-foot turning circle. Now, sometimes you can use the street for it, and the assessor brought up 1535 Seal, which is another client of mine. When that site was expropriated, they were using the street to back theirs up, and they got to keep that. So that is where the utility comes in on a site. Here, you can't use the street for maneuvering because that's Pembina Highway. So you have to be able to turn around in a lot. And I just did a quick measurement, and the clear space on any particular area is about 45 feet. So it's virtually, perhaps a very skilled operator of a semi-trailer might be able to do something, but that incidentally, that piece of land, sliver of land on the northeast quadrant was expropriated by the city. That's why it's marked like that. It was for, you see, immediately to the north of it, there's a ramp there, and that was for the rapid transit. So that's not their land. So they don't have any maneuvering ability. And then accessibility is they dump right onto Pembina Highway. And I'm one of those people who have to go down Pembina Highway twice a day, and I'm also one of those people who doesn't like to let the Quintons truck into my lane of traffic because I want to get somewhere, and they're always trying to cross and get through. It's not a good situation. It's not a controlled intersection, so it's not difficult. I think that's going to weigh heavily on its ability to get a good rent. Is just the in and out. It's just not very good. And then the land ratio for its existing use is semi-trailer. So that leads you to thinking about the highest and best use. It's probably not for industrial, but the next problem that gets us is that if you change your highest and best use, say you want to put multifamily there, be a great site for it with rapid transit, the environmental problem comes up, and the cleaning requirements will vary depending on the future use. So it's not a risk that most people are going to want to take. And so it's, again, as the theme of today is buildings that don't really fit into the model because of all their problems. And this is one of them. The rent, the assessor brought up the sale, and actually it was a change in the internal ownership structure that this occurred here, and they have 5 sites that the family owned, and they were transferred, and then the operating company was severed. Now it's still all family members involved on one side of it or another, but in order to sever it and set up them as proper holding companies, they had to face some scrutiny that from CRA for one, and secondly, I was involved somewhat in helping them establish rental values on it for something that was reasonable for the time. So when I didn't make this up, and the person who did wasn't aware of all this, I think that their paid rent is very fair for the area, because I have to say that because I helped them with it, and that works out to $535 a square foot. I would change our rate to apply to that. So I'm just going to give you some different numbers. The other thing I noted in there is that the shortfall was measured wrong because they had the wrong numbers for R&M and utilities in the calculation of it. This, I think, refers to more of a retail site. We're going to agree with the assessor's shortfall of $4, their vacancy of $4%, because it's not a loft warehouse. Of course, we disagree with the recoverables because all buildings have recoverables. And Winnipeg is the only place on this whole planet that thinks that it's only 3% of gross income. It is a minimum of 7%. And I say Winnipeg, I meant the assessment department, not the people in business like myself. My NOI was changed to 191,966 as a result of increasing the rent and decreasing the shortfall. We're keeping the cap rate where it is because obviously it's the issue of the environmental issue, and I suspect, and I can't answer it, so I was wondering if the assessor was aware of it, that the application that they have put in at 8.5 was probably a reflection of our past discussions on the environmental issues on this property, because it is a fair bit higher than what you've seen on other ones. So that is an acceptable rate. So essentially our major difference is pure and simple, it's the rent. And as far as other support for rent, We do have a number listed here, but we're kind of trying to update this table, and we're not getting in a lot of plugged in a lot of new rents. We have a couple on Border, and those are probably the most comparable. And in the top number 2, 3, 4, and 5, they're not numbered, but these are a complex on Border that suffers the same sort of issue with semi-trailer access. That site can only accommodate a 40-footer, similar to the subject, can't take a semi-trailer, and it also has street access issues, being right on Notre Dame. It's turned into a contractor's establishment as a result, and it is multi-tenanted. So the rents on the sites there are from $6.50 to $7, and we put $5.35 because of the size of it and the unique nature of it. It's a 47,000 square foot building that has not been demised into nice units that you can rent. 4,000 feet here, 6,000 there. It's 47,000 or nothing. It could never be demised. I've been in it. It's it was set up as a original. I don't even know if we put pictures in here that I took when last time I was there, but it was set up, with the large dry cleaning vats and then the area. Oh, we do have pictures. Wonderful. So I took those actually a few years prior. I'm going to guess around 2015 or so, on page 4 and page 5, 4 and 5. Yeah, no, just 5. That's what it's like in the middle. So you can see that it isn't designed for it. The middle row of pictures shows the loading bays and for the equipment, because as a dry cleaning facility, you're not loading in an outside area. You have to have an inside loading dock. And page bottom right corner is the overhead bag system, which prevails in every cleaning building I've ever been in. The overhead rails. So this isn't a pretty site. This isn't an office warehouse. This isn't. This is just a cleaning plant, rough use. As far as the zoning goes, we have put the zoning in there, and as we covered in the questioning, it's not a permissible use. So it's legal non-conforming. On our page, I believe it's page 13. No, sorry, 14. The manufacturings aren't allowed anywhere in the C-zoned areas. This is C2. This was at one time, I believe, at an industrial zoning, and the idea of the C2 is actually not being cynical at all about this, because this is the reality of call it gentrification or whatever you want along places like Pembina Highway. Hundreds of millions of dollars spent on rapid transit. They want to increase the density of multifamily housing on it, and C2 has an automatic conversion to multifamily housing, and that's explained on page 6. So going back to all the other factors in terms of highest and best use and changing the alternate use, it's not. That's where it's at today. So as long as people still need cleaning, and unfortunately they do not call it dry cleaning anymore except by name, because they don't use the chemicals anymore. It's just cleaning. That's where it stands as of today. I think so. The number 8.5%. Sorry, I should have repeated that for you or given that to you. Is 2,258,000.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Froelich, any questions of the applicant's evidence?
Well, so just looking at your parameters here, what rent are you using? 525?
535.
535.
I plugged in the paid rent.
Okay. And so the value that you're presenting here today is lower than your 2018 value for this property that you represented and did not take to the municipal board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you're looking for a lower value than the 2018, 2020, and 2023 appeals.
That's correct.
No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steele, any questions of the applicant?
Yes, can you reconfirm your NOI?
191966.
66. When was the last time you inspected this location?
Yeah, just give me a second here. It was, I think it was during when they were debating Rapid Transit 2 for expropriation, because I was working for them. I don't. I'm guessing around 2015.
So this is a one-story premise. There's no basement.
I don't think so. I'm just trying to remember. No, I think it's got a plan area of a certain amount, and then there's some lean-tos on the outside, and there may be some foreman loft offices up top, which don't count in rentable. And we do. I think that's the best way to describe it. Like there's a. Oh, I'm looking at my picture on page 2, and there's a and on page 5 is it appears to be a second level, but I think that's a mechanical area.
I see, sure. So the access to this property is specifically off of Pembina, or is it?
Yeah, they call it Nassau, but you can see on the approach that at the northwest corner, it dumps right onto Pembina Highway.
You mentioned about the banned substances used on this property. Do you know anything about when it was registered with respect to
Registration. I just wanted to check and see if I've got that date.
Mhm.
I just have the registration number. It's very, very low, 0424. And that's the Manitoba registration number, and they're sequential, and I'm just scrolling through. The latest one I see is about 5,000. So this would have been very, very early in the process of Manitoba conservation beginning to inventory. Oh my, somebody told me the date when they started doing this. So I was speaking to him. I think it was in the early 80s. They started inventorying the properties. But it's, I mean, the chemical was in use since 1959.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Linklater, any questions?
Yes, just a couple. Mr. Neufeld, could you just reaffirm the number you're looking for again, please?
2258.
I thank you. And just a quick question in regards to this chemical that was banned. So if it was banned in the 80s, surely there must have been some cleanup that's already taken place because there are people working in the building, correct?
Yeah, there has been interior building cleaning. And of course, the chemical seeps through into the foundation. There's been no foundation cleaning.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to verify that. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Follick, did I give you an opportunity to question the applicant?
Yes, you did.
Oh, okay.
I asked one question and I want to expedite the process, so no need for any other questions. Thank you.
All right. And I have no questions of Mr. Neufeld. Requirement for summary, Mr. Frolick first.
Nope, I have nothing.
Okay, Mr. Neufeld.
Yes, just briefly. Carbon tetrachloride was phased out beginning in 1996. And they had known about it before then, but I just wanted to get that date right. That's when the official outlawing of it began. The other thing, without repeating anything you've already heard, is this whole concept of I'm asking for a lower number. Of course I am, because real estate doesn't operate in a linear manner. I was having a very interesting chat this morning with one of my clients who's said this will make a very interesting story for him to deal with. But I'm just saying that because he's a funny guy. But you know, we have this expectation that prices it's a comfort for the citizen that values will always go up because we've all got our houses and we worry about our assets. Well, too bad. Prices go up, costs go up, values go up, values go down. And we've gone through a period where there's been significant decreases in vulnerable parts of our real estate market. And it's called the elastic effect. Essentially is that the secondary, tertiary properties aren't the primary ones. They get hit the hardest. And we've seen it, and it's the COVID effect and the interest rate effect. The weaker properties suffer great. The stronger properties don't because they survive. Now, we know what survived. Industrial distribution centers, but not industrial cleaning facilities. Because it is what it is. There's no alternate use available. You can't turn around and make it something it isn't, certainly not a distribution facility. So the value went down. When interest rates, Bank of Canada rate, it's in my brief, raises from 0.50 to 4.75%, that gives you, as of our reference date, that gives you an idea of the impact on properties like this. The common thing I'm going to be saying for the next 4 months is we have to come to terms with dealing with this irrational thought that our values will only ever go up or maybe plateau. They're going down in certain areas, and actually our assessor kind of nailed it in the head. There's nothing's getting sold either because people aren't getting the returns. And so that's just a response to his comment earlier. That's all. And I do need 5 minutes again, if that's okay.
Okay, that concludes item number 4, 332 Nassau Street North. And excuse me, we will recess for 10 minutes.
3 minutes, 2 minutes, I'm fine.
Okay, 5 minutes, please, Mrs. Harlan. Thank you, Mrs. Harlan. I will call the hearing back to order. Next item on the docket is number 5, file number 24-4158, address 329 Cumberland Avenue, dealing with a 2025 Realty Assessment Appeal. Mr. Frolick, when you're ready, please.
File number is 24-4158. Roll number is 130527-82100. The assessed value that we have for this property is $1,988,000. This is a warehouse property. This is a loft warehouse. It's multi-floors. Oh, no, it's not. There's only 2 floors. I apologize. I was thinking it was something else. I apologize for that. Originally built in 1908. Effective years are 1908 to 1923. I'm not too sure where we get the 1 foot wall height, but the highest wall height is 12 feet. Land area is 18,000 square feet. We have a plan area of 7,800 or 7,801, and we have a leasable area of 19,178. This property also has a land to building ratio of 2.3 to 1, and there is 24 outdoor parking spots. Property owner has been compliant with regards to completing their income and expense mailers. They have a rental income of 210,565 reported and a parking income of 42,500 reported. On the top of page 3 shows the rent roll. And we do have a sale for this property that occurred on September 17th, 2021 of $1,750,000. And at the bottom of page 3, you'll see a picture of the subject property. Here's the listing on page 4 for sale. Meet Your Makers Building, 329 Cumberland Avenue, boutique investment profile, strategic downtown Winnipeg location, only minutes from Portage and Main, leads to a diverse mix of clientele, ownership and control of the rarely offered property, and they have listed 34 parking stalls on here. On page 5, you got some of the details here. That was built in 1908, 329 Cumberland, is well located. Mixed-use commercial asset that was once home to blue jeans, down coats, and fur garment factories is now proudly home to a trendy, complementary mix of shops, services, and galleries. If you look at the offering price when it was listed, the offering price was listed at $2,295,000 at $126 a square foot. And it talks about some of the tenants here. Collier's actually listed this property as well. On page 6, you got some examples of some of the quality of the space that they have here and the locations of where it's located at to other major areas within downtown Winnipeg. Page 7 shows some additional pictures of the quality of the space. And it says, and there's the listing that they have here for that $2,295,000. Looking at all offers, how inspections are available. Now we have the parking lot income. What we have here is we have 24 spots. We have a rental value of $68 per spot. Comes up with an annual rental value of $19,584. They've reported $42,500 in additional, even more parking spots than what we have. Utilizing a 4.5% cap rate on the $19,584, comes up to a value of $535,000. At the bottom of page 8, you'll have a list of what we have for the parking lot stalls at. And one of the best comparables that we have for this property would be the one at 0 Cumberland, which is in number 3, and that's leasing out for $67.33. There's also another one on Cumberland at $65.42 spot. Loft warehouse. So what we have here with regards to our income for this property is we have $166,565 utilizing 19,177 square foot area, which is the blended rate area. 166,565 divided by equals to 869 rounded up. Utilizing a 15% vacancy for the loft warehouse. And now that I think about why this is a loft warehouse and the other one is not, it's because the other one is not a multi-tenanted unit, and this is. And that's probably the definition that we have within the city of Winnipeg. Because when we were looking at 488 Burnett, we had our normal vacancy because that was more like a basic manufacturing plant, and this is clearly a loft loft warehouse with the tendency. When you have, because our lease areas for this property range from 255 to the biggest one being 3,200, hence the loft warehouse definition. Using $3 expenses, $4 shortfall, we come up with a net operating income of 125,627. Using a cap rate of 8.1%, you come up with a value of 1,553,000. I got some comparable rents on top page 10 that are on Adelaide, McDermott, and William that are all within the areas. They're all older buildings. The wall heights are similar to the subject property, ranging from 11 to 13. The square foot, the leasable areas for this is between 1,000 and 15,764. And our rents range from 406 to 1142. So now on page 11, because we have two income streams, just as a summary, the loft warehouse portion is 1,553,000, and the parking lot stream is $435,000. Using cap rates on page 12, our industrial cap rates that we use for the city, the 20th to 80th percentile, is 5.35% to 7.3%. And that concludes my formal presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frolick. Mr. Neufeld, any questions of the assessor's evidence?
Yes, I do. First, on the parking rate, what you presented, the number of what was it, 19,600?
Yep.
That's a net rate, correct?
That is a net rate. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what expense ratio would you use?
Well, if we're looking, we don't use an expense ratio anymore, so we stabilize the parking lot incomes, and our stabilized parking incomes are listed on page 8 of my brief.
Yeah, no, I saw that. I'm just trying to work out what I'm just trying to.
What's interesting though, because I know when I was before we changed our methodology, we had a 40% ratio.
Yeah.
For that, so if we're looking at 42,000 times, using a 40% ratio, the income for this would be 25,200, as opposed to the 19,584 that we're using.
Right, but on page 8, you've got an expense ratio, a mean of 53, a median of 55, and you got the one next door. You mentioned the Cumberland one's 60%. 55%, 51%, and 60%. So I guess I was doing the same math you did, taking 42,000. It seems like your model is, if you took what they actually earn and put your model expenses on it, you're going to get your number. Like it seems to me.
It seems pretty close.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, because at $45,000, you're at 19,000. Right?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So if that turned out to be fairly accurate, so what was wrong with the rest of the income then?
Well, I think usually with a knowledgeable seller and knowledgeable buyer, we do have a sale for this property at $1,750,000.
Not what I'm asking.
Which is $1 million less than what it sold for. So I think that's a good indication of market value, and maybe we're not so wrong with our value that we presented here today.
On page what you presented as evidence, page 2, we have their declaration is 35,000, and of course they added interest on there, 43,000. I'm calculating about 78,605 NOI with a 20% vacancy. What was wrong with using that?
Well, then if we use the 20% vacancy, well, it's hard for me to comment. But what I do say as background information is we do have the sale, and at the There's a lot of information we get on the mailers that we can't use.
Are you using the income approach or the direct comparison approach?
For the valuation, we're using the income approach.
Okay. So you have an actual income of about 78,000. You did not use that then, correct? You used the model?
Where do you see the 78,000?
Page 2 of your brief, I added 35,128 to the interest of 43,477.
Did you say, okay, did you say two, you said 27, okay, you said,
78,605 with a 20%
okay, and that's your
vacancy.
total net income?
No, that's what you presented here in page 2, your evidence, correct?
I didn't say 70, I don't understand where I said $78,000.
Line 218 and adding back in line 215.
Line 218. Okay, so. Okay. No, okay. Yeah, well, Mr. Neufeld, you know this is a model generated value.
Well,
So
that's
you don't
exactly,
take
that's the answer.
evaluation
You're not,
for every
yeah.
property. So to
But
be
that's-
asking me questions about this right now, I think that's a bit unfair.
no, it's your evidence. I can ask whatever I want about your evidence. You
Well,
presented
you know,
that
it's
they
a
made-
model-driven assessment, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay, and you did not consider that it only made 78,000 in that year then, is that correct?
Well, if we're going by your information, we don't have the 2021 to 2020 mailer there, right? So the sale took place in 2021. So to look at the valuation process to justify the sale, we'd have to look at the previous valuations to see how it got to that sale price. And knowing that a property like this, you know, exchanged hands with a knowledgeable buyer and seller, you know, I feel comfortable with the assessed value that I have.
Does the assessment department have the previous year's mailers?
Does,
Mr. Neufeld, it's not presented, so.
No, I understand. But he did bring it up. That's why I can ask it. He said he didn't have it, and I just want to clarify if he had it or not.
it's not in my evidence.
Okay. But you have a history here of compliance that the returns were made. Is that not correct on page top of page 2? You have the 21 mailer and the 22 mailer, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and you presented the 22 mailer showing $78,605 as net income then, correct? That's what they reported.
That's what they've presented. That's what
Okay.
they've shared with us.
Okay. That's all I was asking.
I'm just showing a print screen, Mr. Neufeld.
And we had some numbers here. On the model, or I guess it's the model, has applied a split revenue stream. Is that correct?
What about the revenue stream?
Page 11, you have a split revenue stream, one from parking, one from.
That is correct.
Are the two separately titled?
Yes, one's parking lot and the other one's loft warehouse.
Do they have separate titles?
I don't have that information in my brief, and I can't answer that question.
So they can't be. Can they be sold separately?
They're, of course not. There are
Okay,
there's very multi-income stream properties, Mr. Neufeld, that don't have separate titles. I don't understand where you're going.
I'm asking the question if they can be sold separately. That's it. That's all I wanted. The answer was no.
Well,
and on the revenue stream for the parking, you have a cap rate of 4.5%. Now, on April 1st, 2023, the Bank of Canada rate was 4.75%. How can you cap under the mortgage rate?
because these are all the sales prior to that we gathered ahead of time, and there wasn't as much sales activity that took place because businesses don't like instability. And what had taken place is this is a model rent generated on other parking lot sales that have taken place within the city of Winnipeg. And so this is a model generated rent, and this is the information that we have.
And nobody told the model that the mortgage rates had increased?
Well, we collect data to do the model, and there wasn't a lot of data that had existed once mortgage rates started increasing because of the instability. They didn't know when it was going to stop.
But just confirm for everybody, we all know this, the effective date, April 1st, 2023, correct?
Yeah, and interest rates didn't started going up until the summer of 2022.
Okay. Have you been in this building?
No, I have not.
Okay. And you were starting to describe it as something, but you're not familiar then, I take it, with the manner, the style of building. This is a sort of the artist type approach?
I'm just going off of the listing.
Okay.
That it's
All
a
right.
multi-tenanted building with a lot of small areas.
And did you by any chance review the sales flyer? Did you include it?
You know what? They didn't provide us a sales mailer.
It was, oh, okay. So you don't have the sales mailer. I'm wondering.
No, the owner did not, because if they would have had the sales mailer, I would have included it. And let me just double check, because sometimes things get missed just because of the workload. And so let me just double check to see if there was one provided. Because usually I'm pretty proactive with regards to putting that in. But I don't believe that it was provided. ODC. Nope, nothing provided.
On page 5 of your evidence, there's a salient facts, and the 7th one down says WALT. Do you know what that is?
On page 5, where am I looking at?
Salient facts, WALT, the 7th
Yep,
entry.
I see that there. Yep.
Do you know what that is?
It's a summary of the property characteristics.
No, but what it stands for. I'm just wondering, it's your evidence. Do you know what that's?
I didn't look up the definition.
Okay. And the advertised NOI was 139,268, correct?
The advertised. Where is that?
In just right below there. Right below what I just asked you earlier.
Civic address, zoning, site, building scale,
Net operating
rentable area,
income,
occupancy. Yep, there it is. Thank you. 139.
139. And did you happen to work out what that capitalization rate was?
Well, if we base it on the sale price, it'd be much lower than, let me take a look. It would be a 7.9% cap rate.
7.96.
Does that include the parking income?
Sorry, I just want to correct you. It was 7.96. You round up, not down. So 8%, correct?
Yeah, well, we would use 7.9%.
Okay. Where do you round it if it's 7.96? I've got 7.9.
No, our cap rate that we've presented here is 8.1.
Yeah.
So you don't round up. We only go to the 100th. We don't go to the next level.
Would you round up or round down? All right. You know what? It's irrelevant. But you're not using 8.1, you're using 7.31, correct?
We're using an 8.1% cap rate.
No, for the whole building, your rate is
Oh, for the whole
7.31,
building?
correct?
Yeah, we're using 7.31. That's correct.
And your NOI is 145,411, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Seelan, any questions of the assessor?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You, Mrs. Linklater?
Yes. Thank you. I just had a couple of questions for Mr. Froelich in regards to the parking lot. Page 8 of your brief, Mr. Froelich.
Yes.
So there's 24, it's a 24 stall count.
Yep.
And I'm assuming because it says unheated that none of them have plugs. Can you verify that or?
I cannot verify that.
All right. Do you know if there's any daily parking available?
I don't know the details. We just based it on what was provided. I could try taking a look quickly.
Okay. And is it paved?
I don't believe so. It is.
Okay.
But
and do you know if the stalls are available for the people inside the building?
it looks like it's paved.
Okay.
It looks like it's paved. It looks like there's plugs,
Okay.
right? And it actually there looks to be daily parking as well.
All right.
I would have to go on a street view, but it does seem maybe yes, maybe no. I would have to just bear with me here. Yeah, it's paved. There's plugs, and there is a vending machine for daily parking.
Okay. So I'm going to ask then, do you know then if the majority of these stalls are attached to the vendors inside the building?
I would have, they've not provided that on the mailer, so I wouldn't know.
All right. I thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Maybe I'll make a comment regarding that question on this, on the brochure. It says there are 34 surface stalls, 26 leased to Impark. So that leaves 8, I guess, available to the building.
That could be and the important thing to realize when Mr. Neufeld's quoting the mailer, our reference date is April 1st, 2023. The sale took place September 2021. So there has, despite what has been stated, there has been appreciation in the marketplace with regards to property values, and no major industries or indications or media outlets or private sector people have said that there's been such a drop in values in the industrial marketplace.
Anything else, Mrs. Linkletter? You're good? Okay. Mr. Froelich, I was looking at the submitted INE
Yep.
on page, sorry, I lost my train or my spot here, page 2. And I note a maintenance and repair bill of just under $100,000. Any idea what that maintenance repair was on that?
They haven't stated on the mailer what it is.
Okay.
So I really don't know.
Okay. And there was
and the point is, if you know, to have $100,000 on expense mailer, which is like, 40% of the income, that's not usually normal.
okay. Yeah. And there was a sale occurred in 2021 for 1.775 million, $1,750,000, pardon me.
Yep.
And then, any record of any improvements done to the building after the sale?
No, I have not seen any permits that have changed the valuation for this property.
At the time of sale, it was it reflected the current condition of the property, like in small individual leases on, kind of an artist style.
That's been the trend for this type of property because the tendencies are so small and there's so many units there, right?
Okay, but that was the condition or the physical condition of the property at the
Well,
time.
yeah, and that's how they listed as, right?
Yeah, okay. All right. That's all my questions. Mr. Neufeld, allow us to get to your brief, please. When you're ready, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay, the property is actually it's more of a one of these shared place concept with stalls for people. I know there's a couple of units that might be demised separately, but of course nothing is self-contained. It's still common restrooms and public areas, that sort of thing. There's a few buildings like this in the city that are work like this, and I guess it's just a way of taking a building that had was undemised into separate units, and then turning it into something that you didn't have to convert every one to have a separate space. So it is a shared space, so to speak. The statement we had on page 3 was I was asking the assessor about it. So this was the previous years, and on this one it was a little bit fuzzier, but line 218 is 58,864, and then line 205 appears to be interest. So going through the rest of it, that came up to the number that we put in here on our NOI, 70,880, and that's with a 20% vacancies, actual vacancy, actual earnings. And our workup on it was just like a work backwards sort of thing to reach there. That's what they declared. Now the assessor has the newer one, and that was 78,605. So there was a slight increase from 21 to 22. Bears consideration. So our NOI would be between 78,880 and 78,605. But the consideration, the thing we have to look at here, it's not an anomaly. There's 2 successive years of revenue sub $80,000, and the flyer says it was 139,000. I don't know. No comment on what Collier's put on there, and whether or not anyone looked at it at the time. 7.96% in on the sale date in 2021, based on the income proposed. Well, the income did not hit that proposed level. Incomes change, and that's why we reassess every 2 years, because what you did 3 years ago is not relevant to what it's worth today, because things go up, things go down. You know, I don't understand this whole issue with the assessment department. Just because you made $130,000 3 years ago, that, you know, nobody put that in your pocket in 22 and 23. And the market changed. The appetite for this property changed. The operating costs obviously changed. You saw huge factor. I don't think that those are abnormal whatsoever. We have 3 properties like this that we work with, and the R&Ms are huge because it's 100 years old. Well, it's old. Yes, 100 years, over 100 years old. That's what they cost to maintain. So that we ended with the income. It's solidly backed by the last 2 years of income. As far as the cap rate is concerned, the interest, this of course supports what I've been saying for the last couple of weeks. We've been having hearings. Caps got worse, it didn't get better. When it sold, the interest rate, Bank of Canada, and did I have this in my report? I hope we put this in page. Yes, page 26. On the date of sale that was reported, let's see, September 2021. And if you look at this page on September of 2021, Bank of Canada rate was 0.50. The reference date, it was 4.75. These aren't unrelated numbers. This is the directly relating number. This is how a cap rate is made, by how much your mortgage interest is and what you need for a return. And it showed a worsening of rates. All the market reports show the same thing. And you have on my page 25 is the Collier's corrected rate. Our initial rate that was presented for Q1 that the city reports is an error, but the city's reporting the same, that there has been a rise in the market reported interest rates. That's why we put in 9%. If it was 8 when they bought it, it's now 9, because things change and the performance isn't there. It's an unusual property. I think from what I heard, I think you probably got it right, is that it was very high operating costs. But you know, that's the difference between stabilizing it for a sale and relying on it and actual performance.
Okay, Mr. Neufeld, can you state your NOI and your cap rate for us and your estimated value, please?
As stated in my thing, no change.
Okay, so NOI is 70880
Yep.
and capped at 9%.
Yes,
Equals a requested value of $788,000.
that's correct.
Okay. Perfect. All right, Mr. Frolick, any questions of the applicant?
No, I got no questions.
Okay. Mrs. Linkletter, any questions?
I also have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Seelan.
No questions at this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. I'm tempted to ask one, but I won't. How's that?
Oh, come on, ask it.
Okay. The obvious one, but I think you've already explained it, but reconcile your requested value with the selling price in 2021.
Yeah, and you're right, I have said it. The market changes. Nobody put extra money in their pocket. You know, from 21, it went down. Life changes.
Okay. Thank you for that quick response.
I know you wanted a short one. I was trying to do, that's what I was targeting.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Frolick, any requirement for summary?
No, I just, you know, if anything, markets have gone flat. There's no market evidence that we've been shown that there would be $1 million reduction from a sale price. You know, in terms of negotiations, I had offered them the sale price to make this go away and to withdraw the 2023 appeal, but that was not the case. And there's a history of properties with Mr. Neufeld whereby he'll present values that are much lower.
Sorry, I want to object to that now. That's not appropriate.
No, it's a summation.
That's not appropriate.
It's summation, sir.
Mr. Frolick, let's not even go there, please.
Okay.
Let's
Fair enough. It's just,
yeah, okay.
I have hard time, you know, reconciling a cut of $1 million or less than $1 million. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld.
I'll be brief again because you gave me half. You already let me do half my summation. You know, in 2021 and 2020, costs, prices, everything was different. Our reference date, April 1st, 2023. And again, it's just a stubbornness of people of the assessment department's model. You know, you heard exactly what the assessor said, and that's the problem, is that the model had input when rates were lower, rates went up, and they don't have anything recent. Okay, that's what happened, but that doesn't mean it's fair. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes 329 Cumberland Avenue. Excuse me. Mrs. Harland?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I'm gonna ask to recess for about 3 or 4 minutes. Can you remove the panel member and the applicant, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. I'll call the hearing back to order. The panel's gonna recess till 12:45. Mrs. Harland, please put us offline.
All right, I'll do that right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Harland. I will now call the hearing back to order. Next item on the docket is item number 6, file number 24-3490, address 603 Wall Street, dealing with a 2025 realty assessment appeal. Mr. Frolick, when you're ready, please, 603 Wall Street.
Yep, for sure. Just, yep. File number is 24-3490. Roll number is 130116731000. Value that we have is $1,114,000. 3 premises in a building that was built in 1976. Wall height is 14 feet. Leasable area is 7,700 square feet. Land area is 13,021. And the land to building ratio is 1.70. Mr. Neufeld told me this morning that we had settled. There were outstanding municipal board appeals. Yeah, where he wanted me to start with. There's 3 municipal board appeals that have been settled, and so I can't go to the value that he's looking for, unfortunately. So we'll move forward with this. But the 2018, 2020, and 2023 value has been resolved. Property owner has completed income and expense mailers, but some of the information on the tenancies, I don't know what the current status is of some of these leases, because there's some leases here that have expired that they're on a month-to-month basis, but I don't know what their values are at this time. But they did complete the 2022 mailer. There was a sworn value for the subject property at $710,000 in 2012. And at the bottom of page 3 shows some general pictures of this property. Top of page 4 shows some additional pictures. So with this property, what we have listed here is, I do believe we have 3 separate units that are listed for this property. And you can see them now: 603, 605, and 607. Property is located in the West End, just west of Sherbrooke and east of Polo Park. 3 different premises, 7,700 square feet. Our blended rent for this property is $11.04, using a vacancy of 4%, 3% in value, 7% with a 7% cap rate. We come up with a value of $1,114,000. However, just give me 1 sec here. I just want to hear. Yeah. So I do want to make a recommendation for this property, though. And it's because I'm just being mindful of what the valuation is and just of the review, and because there's been recent settlements. I'm going to make a recommendation of $987,000. for this property. And so what I've done with this property, just to give everyone the heads up on that, is I changed the rent from $11.04, the blended rent, to $9.75. And that's how I come up by my value. Moving forward with my comparables. What we have here is we have some additional comparables on Aaron Street, McPhillips, and on McDermott Street. They're all located in the western part of the city. The land to building ratio ranges from 2.3 to 3. All the properties are of similar square footages and sizes, ranging from a square footage of 24,484 to a high of 6,000 square feet. Ceiling heights are 18 and 19 feet in the range. For the subject property, let me just confirm, we have 14 feet. Effective year builds are 1977, 79. The last one is 2007. And the range of rents that we have is from $8.05 to $12. We've discussed the cap rate study, and that concludes my formal presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frolick. Mr. Neufeld, any questions of the assessor's evidence?
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to read that income and expense form, and you've got the same one we had, but I guess this is the province's form, correct?
Yeah, I've never seen this one before, so I'm in new territory. Oh, you know what? Do you want to just wait a sec, guys? I left my door open for my colleagues, and I don't want them to hear it. Thank you. Even with my delicate voice, I'm sure they could still hear it, but that's besides the point. Yeah, so I'm not familiar with this type of mailer, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay, I'm just wondering if you had any luck at trying to calculate what the paid rents were these gross or net, or what they worked out to?
Well, I'm only as good as the information provided by the property owner. And so, you know, what I'm looking at here, you know, because I figured that they reported an income of 98,045.
So 98.
That's what I read here, but I don't know the details. Like, you know what there's because there's no information
there.
here.
Yeah, but there's some overlapping of units, correct? Like
No,
605.
what I had done is because there was an updated one. I was pretty, you know, so when I figured it out, I actually did the math. Just bear with me here for 1 sec. You know, I don't have it here, but no, I think I'm pretty. That's what I reported, $98,000, and then what I did is with my recommendation that I've made, it's the GPI $75,000.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just trying to look the same thing. So you're looking at that 98,000 at the bottom of the page, and it looks like that's gross, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like I said. There's no data here, so that would be
No, I mean, obviously I'm not anything. We both have the same issue to try to decipher this. But there's nothing listed under operating recoveries here, correct? On that page 2.
Yeah. So on the page, you know, so they show 2 expenses. You know, they show the insurance, some repairs, you know, and that's it. You know what I mean? So
right.
You know, and it's yeah.
And then unit 607 is the owner, correct?
607?
No, 607. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you've applied though an average of looks like around $11.
Yeah, our model, it works out to 1104, and my recommendation's at 975.
The rent?
Yeah, my recommended rent is at 975.
Okay, all right. So the board will be a bit patient with us while we try to figure these things out. And then everything else, then you kept the same?
Yeah, everything else is the same. Yeah. That's what I was working on in our little 20-minute recess. So with the emails and everything like that, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Frolick, would you mind providing us with your adjusted NOI?
Yep, for sure. My adjusted NOI is 69,196.
Thank you. Maybe that helps Mr. Neufeld too.
Yeah. And so sorry, I think I asked this already, but that's the only change you made from the.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. No other questions, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Seelan, any questions of the assessor?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Linklater?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. Mr. Frolick, you, I'm going to assume did not inspect this property, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you have verified that the wall height is 14 feet?
Yes, that's what we have in our records.
Right. And this is classified as warehouse, I believe, right?
Yes, it is. It's a warehouse, and this one's classified as a flex warehouse.
Right.
Because of the 3 different tenants in the smaller areas.
So would you agree that a 14-foot wall height is somewhat restrictive?
Not for this type of building, because how I look at these are almost like these are old school flex warehouses, not the new school flex warehouses. And so when we look at these ones, like the older style, which are multi-tenanted buildings, because this is simply similar to an industrial strip mall, which is what Mr. Mr. Neufeld was referencing with his border properties and one of the earlier properties today. And so, 14 feet, because you're not storage, there's not a lot of storage space when the units are only 3,000 and 2,000 square feet. You're not putting in a 52-foot trailer to unload material.
No, and there's nowhere that I can see by the photos.
No, it's like a back lane in an old established neighborhood.
Right. And your comps that you have, those buildings are all 18 to 19 for wall height?
Yep.
Okay. Couldn't find anything 14?
Well, it's always a delicate balance, right? Because you're trying to find comparables, you're trying to balance time, and you want to get stuff that's of similar size.
Okay. And your cap rate, which is at 7.5. So
7%.
Oh, I thought it was 7.5. Okay. Nope, you're right. Sorry. So even more so this is a 50-year-old building.
Yep.
Yep. And this is model driven, this 7% cap rate.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Frolick, can you provide the original blended rate for the rent?
1104.
1104, and then you've gone to 975, is that correct?
Yeah, no, the 1104 was the original model value. It had a GPI of 85,008.
Okay.
My adjusted GPI is 975. Okay.
Verbal rec NOI is 69,196, capped at 7%, 7.0 equals a verbal recommendation at $987,000.
I had 988.
Okay.
But the point is, it's just because But if you truly go 975, and it's a moot point because Mr. Newfield's going to reject it. It actually works out. Yeah, you're right. 989.
989?
989, yeah. Round it up. Because
Okay,
it's 888, 514, Richard said 989.
989-514, right on. Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That is my only question, I believe. Yes. Okay, Mr. Neufeld, we shall find your brief. When you're ready, Mr. Neufeld, please.
Hi, yeah, I sorry about that. I was mulling over this this work and um well, Mr. Floric is such a pessimist, but we're close. In any event, I hope you could. I don't know if you're going to spot the error in our report. The area of 7,700 feet. Um, 5 years ago, the assessment department had it at 7,000 feet, and the owner had forever been reporting it at 7,700. And when it finally took it to appeal, the owner never changed his story, but the city said, "Oh, we goofed," and they added 700 feet on. So, I think when we did this up, it was a very old template. So we should have a higher area there. It should be 7,700 feet, and what I've been trying to do here is fix the numbers because everything's all messy on this, and so I'm going to update a lot of stuff, and I'll probably you tell me what you want me to give you, but
How about we come up with a revised net operating income?
right, okay, yeah. So the mistake there's numerous mistakes. One is the area. The other is that the landlords, the owner was his rent was in there, and it was like $3 a foot less than everybody else's. So in the calculation we gave you, it reflected what he charged himself, which wasn't right. So what I did with this is I just recalculated everybody at a gross rent of $1,350 because the paid rents ranged from $973 gross to $1,694 gross. So the mean's $1,350. I applied that, and then you see the workout below as full expenses, etc. So that just increased the income by from 92,644 to 103,950. Expenses are what they are. So my potential income is 69,772, and that's just adjusting the owner's rent to reflect the mean of the rest of them. The space is no different. The rest of the report, I did change the shortfall to match the assessor, and I changed the cap rate to 8%. So I have my NOI is 61060, which is pretty close to actual. It's adjusted the owners upwards. A cap rate of 8%. The value is 763,000. The only other change I do want to mention is we reported last year's assessment, but it was recently settled at 825,000 because there were 3 years under appeal, and there was numerous issues regarding that size. It all worked out in the long run. So yes, we are looking for a little bit less than the previous year, and I think it's a cap rate issue in terms of that's what the market has declined. And he has had some turnover, but it's going to still produce around the same level. And I don't think I have anything more to offer, so that my revised NOI based on, I'm going to say actual, is 61,060, 8%, 763,000. So I guess we're not, well, we're close.
What's your
Closer.
value, Mr. Neufeld?
703,000.
700 and what? 50,000?
63.
760,000. Okay. Just out of curiosity, Mr. Neufeld, what is your annual rental rate that you put for the owner's property?
1350 gross.
You did 1350 gross?
Yeah. And it looks like the operating costs are roughly 34,178 divided by 77. They're about 443 a square foot. So that gets me 906 net. And you're at 975. So we're close there, and then the rest is a difference of the cap rate and the non-recoverables. Except, you know what? Yeah, you can't double dip the non-recoverables. I can revise this upward if you're patient with me.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, Mr. Neufeld, we're too far apart anyways. You know what I mean?
No, but it's
like
not
if
for
we're
you.
settling at 825.
It's for the board.
I have I have a recommendation of 988.
Yeah.
And if you take it to the municipal board, then we'll deal with it then.
Okay, well, or we'll let the board decide that, but yeah. Sorry, I found the error. I was double dipping on the expenses. Okay, sorry, I got to change this all. The NOI is actually, net rent I'm using is $950 a square foot. And the NOI is 64,050. Oh, so we're really not that far apart, really, $4,000. But I think that an 8% cap, and that comes to 801,000. And the cap is based on the market, the building size, is the year, the design. There's a bunch of small choppy bays, tenant strength, tenant stability. This is a local tenant building. We're not judging the tenant's ability to pay. We're judging the building's ability to attract a tenant with a good covenant, and they can't do that. These are local people, and I mean the owner's a locksmith, and he's got and he rents out two of his units out to whoever comes along. So that's not a great investment building. So 801. I'm sorry about that mistake. It's my final number.
Thank you. Mr. Frolick, any questions of the applicant?
Nope, we discussed this property really, really well. And I'd like to just thank Mr. Neufeld for sharing this information this morning.
Thank you.
It gives us the opportunity to look at it, right? And this way, it's a lot faster doing it this way than having us to do presentations.
Yeah. No, it's buildings like this are something. If we had the ability every time to argue about them before we came to the board, well, we wouldn't have the fun we're having today, though.
Yeah. Well, I don't have it, but unfortunately, Mr. Neufeld, no one does not my briefs. I don't have the time that you have.
I didn't think so.
Okay.
Do you want to drive me to Fort Francis this weekend? I got a job I got to do.
Mr. Frolick, do you have any questions?
Sorry, are you asking me?
No, Mr. Frolick, but I guess he just did. Sorry. Mrs. Linkletter, please.
Sorry, I have a leaf blower going next door. I'm having a hard time hearing. No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Seelan.
Just wanted to get the revised NOI.
Yes, 64050.
Sorry, 64050.
64050.
Sorry about that. Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Somebody referenced that a municipal board decision. Was it Mr. Neufeld?
Well, we both did. We were discussing it off camera. Not a decision. It was a settlement. We had 3 successive years that we resolved just a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, and what base year is that reflecting?
They were a combination of base years, the 20, I'll give you the tax years because that's all I have in front of me. 2019 tax year was 781,000. 2020 was 821,000. 2023, 825,000.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. Requirement for summary,
Nope.
Mr. Neufeld?
Just a little bit here, like in this particular case, the values I think dropped a lot less than other properties because it's not as weak in the market, because it's the sort of property that exactly what they do here. The owner has one bay, rents out the other two bays, and that gives him the stability, and it's a market factor to consider. They still are going to be looking at higher cap rates. And that's really the difference, probably a half a point on the cap, which indicates the drop from the previous year. Like I said, a medium strength property or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes, excuse me, item number 6, Oakley Wall Street. Next item is number 7, file number 24-4290, address 15 Bury Street, and we're dealing with a 2025 Realty Assessment Appeal. Mr. Frolick.
Just give me 1 sec here, please. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Uh,
When you're ready, Mr. Frolick.
yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
File number is 24-4290. Roll number is 13-0925. 00000. Assessed value that we have for this property is $6,322,000. Year built for this property is between 1906 and 1989. Wall heights range from 16 to 22 feet. Property is zoned M3. Land area is 134,428. Leasable area is 87,451. And because there was some sort of crossover with regards to appeals, and what has happened in the past is because there's outstanding municipal boards and because there's adjacent parking lots beside it, we never know what's going to happen with regards to previous decisions that happened at the board and if land values are cut. And so what we happened, it just made more sense for us to just hear this property here today. Property owner has completed the income and expense mailer. Property is listed as owner occupied, but they also have listed gross rents here. This had come from my previous brief, but they had listed this property at one point, and that's on page 3. And here's some details with regards to the listing on page 4. They have the site size. They said opportunity to lease 75,000 square feet. Site size is 74,245, just over 3 acres. They were looking for a rent of $5.95 with operating costs at $295. Ceiling height is 19 feet that they have listed here. Loading is two inside door locks and one 18 by 12 great door and one 12 by 12 great door. Electrical is 2,500 amps. And some features of the building is 5,500 square feet, second floor office space with private lunch area, multiple cranes, parking, and available within 6 months notice. Site plan is what they're looking for leasing. And on page 5 just shows you the quality of the finish of the office space and what the manufacturing space looks at. What we have here for market rents is that we have market rents that are, and this is where the issue that we have as a department, because we have so many different multiple PIDs, it drives the rent a bit higher. So if we end up looking at what the current blended rent is, it's $677. So that's what we have for our blended rent. Moving forward from that, we have 4% vacancy, 3% expenses. Net operating income is a 537,366. Utilizing an 8.5% cap rate, we come up with a value of 6,321,322. Our cap rate is actually higher than the cap rate used by Colliers in this situation, because I had this property in appeal last cycle, and because it's a contaminated area, like a lot of industrial properties are. But based on my conversations with Mr. Neufeld, and there was a prior municipal board hearing about maybe 20 years ago, I felt the cap rate of 8.5% was justified. Comparables that I have here are all in the West End. Midland, McDonald, Wall Street, Isabel, and Ellis. I got one really old lease here on Midland, but the leases that we have here are actually two really old leases here. The areas that I have are similar to are similar to what the property's listed as, and so they range from 6,000 to like 15,000 square feet. Average wall heights are between 13 to 18 square feet. All the buildings here have older stock, and then the rents we have in place are from 516 all the way up to 788. That concludes my formal presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frolick. Mr. Neufeld, any questions of the assessor?
Yes, I do. I'm just first of all looking at the area and the gross area 87,451. That includes some upper area, I take it?
Well, in the sales listing, they do have second floor office space listed there. So
okay, so there's some second floor. Yes, I'm just clearing that up. And
yeah, so I think that's the difference between the plan area and the leasable area, because the plan area is listed as
right
80,695,
and on page four, they're saying 74,245, but that's for one unit, correct? That's
just for the space that they have highlighted on the bottom of page 4. And
they are asking 595 for it, and you did mention you're not using that, you're using 677.
Yeah, just because of the smaller pins, and that's what we're looking at right now. But
but they're saying that they're not smaller, right?
Well, no, because we've modeled smaller areas, which is deriving a higher market rent. So if because the gap is so large between what we're looking for, like I could have played around with the numbers a little bit, but we weren't close to a settlement anyway. So I didn't spend any time and energy on that.
And on page 2, did you calculate what they had been receiving in rent?
Well, I didn't, because it states fully owner occupied in the gross rents. So I didn't look at it at all.
Oh, well, fully owner. Oh, okay. Well,
okay. You know what? In fairness, Mr. Neufeld, but no, because one of them is I think 381 gross, and the other one's 803.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at, and but they're gross, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I got too. So we know though that they were asking 595. And so this particular statement's not going to be that helpful to us then, and I'm not disagreeing with you. It's because of they're asking so much more than what the owner was using in it. but, uh, okay, and on that, page 4, they list that, cranes are included in that price. Now, do you know what type of cranes these are?
No,
So you don't know if they're attached, they're movable, anything of the sort?
no, I just know what I see from the pictures in the listing.
Okay, and as of, I guess the reference date, or as the date of this, statement, page 2, they're showing no vacancy, but as of the effective date, it's clear that they have a big vacancy, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
But I wasn't able to find any current lease listings though for this property.
Yeah, no, I'm not disputing it. I mean, I, for the board's information, I sent him a little terse message this morning, but it doesn't matter. I looked into
What
it.
message was that? I missed that.
Oh, that, don't talk about the listing, but actually you can. It's in the reference period.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Seelan, any questions of the assessor?
Yes, what is the blended rent?
The blended rent is $677.
677. You mentioned that this property is contaminated. What is it contaminated with? And
You know what? There is a lengthy. Oh, yeah. There's a. I had that information in my 2023 brief. I could access it right if you want me to, but I don't have access to that right now.
oh,
I don't know the details. I know. I'm pretty sure it's not dry cleaning materials.
No,
that's fair. Do you know how long it's been contaminated?
Oh, so Mr. Neufeld probably remembers the history a lot more than I do, so he'll be better to answer it. But and this may or may not be right though. At one point, was it part of the railway, Mr. Neufeld, or was some sort somehow, or maybe I'm missing this with another property?
yeah, no, you might be right there.
I think it was a part of the railway, but I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, the municipal board was in 2003 on that case, and it was BAE, and I'm trying to remember who BAE were. Railway cars, and then it had to do with the cleaning fluids and the oils.
So.
What year did you say that was from, Mr. Applicant?
2003, Mr. Neufeld was quoted.
Thanks.
See, this is what I love about these in-person hearings though, because it gives us more information to answer questions, right?
Super, I appreciate it. Anything
Yeah, so
else, Mr. Applicant?
Oh, no,
I'm just trying to find the date of the last hearing so I could find my brief that I used. I'm just glad whatever internet issues we had this morning with connections are better now. So that hearing was on.
which one are you talking about? The municipal board?
No, the ones that you and I had December 19th, 2022.
Oh, yes, you are correct on we discussion on the contamination. It was from railway car repairs back then.
Anything else, Mr. Seelan?
Oh, that's all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Linklater.
Yeah, just a couple, Mr. Froelich. This is model driven, your brief.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming you did not inspect this property recently.
No, I have not.
Okay. That is all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Foley, is this in the western area, just west of McPhillips?
Yeah, it's west of McPhillips, north of the CP rail yards, and it's no, south of the rail yards, north
Yeah.
of Logan.
Okay, yeah, okay, just past that little park
I
there.
think it's pretty close to the turnoff at Canters.
Yeah,
You turn off the Canters there.
okay, perfect. Thank you. That's my only question. Mr. Neufeld, let us get your brief up, please. When you're ready, please.
Okay, again, there was something on here I didn't really care for, so I have made some changes, but we have a difference in area, and I got a feeling that's our mistake on transcription, because we had an old unit area for one of the units at 76,451, and I think the assessment's got a total 87,451. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, no, I think that's correct. I've just been trying to get caught up here on that. So the property in our picture is the red dots, and that's all of 15 Bury, and by itself, it has not the greatest land ratio. It does have room for semi-trailers in the south part of it, but in order for the workers parking, they're across Bury, and you can see across Bury there are two parking lots. Both of them are owned, same company owns both, and this is parking for the facility. And they were actually at hearing 2 days ago, and we just asked to have them adjourned for today, but people weren't cooperating with us. So we're going to ask them to have them deducted from this value, because we didn't present at the hearing, we just had it confirmed. Now the rent we're using is I haven't changed that. It's $525, and but I've changed the area, and the $525 is actually based on the asking from the first listing that came out, and that's when I would mention to the assessor that I'm not objecting, because this was part of it, the listing, and it's $525 a square foot that it went on the market at, and it is still for lease. Now, the difference I made though is on vacancy, because it's not chronic. It's had some issues in the past, but when you turn over, when you empty a big space and you have a big space available for lease, it doesn't really become a chronic issue until you lingered on the market for a while. And as of April 1st, 2023, it hadn't been long enough. So we changed our 25% back to 4%, because that's what a person would have thought in April 1st, 2023. Now today, a year and a half later, it's still vacant. So for the next cycle, we would consider a chronic vacancy. We're just trying to follow the correct principles in theory here. You know, you have to have a certain amount of emptiness, not the next day. So that changed our number upwards significantly. And I made just the shortfall number was based on the owner's statements, and so that's not reliable, so we changed it to the city's parameters. And I did, however, change the cap rate to 8.5, because of, not because I'm trying to take advantage of anybody, but that's what should have been put on here. It is registered on contaminated sites. It did go before the municipal board, and the municipal board actually said two interesting things about it. Not just that it's contaminated, but because it's in a residential neighborhood, being contaminated and in a residential neighborhood. So the limitations on that are going to be alternate use. And this is M2 zoned. They can do what they want there, but when it comes to anything they're requiring approval, there's going to be some difficulties, obviously. And the biggest one is the one that isn't obvious. It's the transportation route in. So right now, if you look at the map, they are allowed to enter via, I don't know the name of that street that's immediately south of their site. So it is marked as a truck route. None of the other routes are. So the vehicles can only come from there. But it is going through a residential area, and they can't take that away. However, again, going back to what I was saying earlier about being vacant for a year, this place is not, because it still has another tenant in it, but the risk is being strangled without being able to bring semi-trailers in. Semi-trailers that haul steel through the area. It's legal now. They can't change it without cause, but it is vulnerable. So an investor will have a great deal of uncertainty on that point, as well as the contamination. Anyway, long story short, my NOI is 395,908. And that's based on the 525 across the board, 395,908. And the big difference is the rental rate. Nothing else really differs from what the assessors presented. And a 8.5% cap is a value of 4,658,000. And we're asking that the two lots on Bury and Catherine be subtracted. They are shown on page page 2, and their total assessments are I can't even read that, 157 and 197 for a total of 354,000, and that changes our value request to 4,304,000. There's some pictures, and you can see that this was on page the overhead as well as the pictures on page 3. That this was a rambling sort of a plant that started off at one size and expanded, and it's now got I believe about 12 different sections in it. So it's kind of choppy. It's not great all clear span. The advantage it does have is the cranes, and they are attached, but they're not high capacity cranes. They're not like 20 tons. I think they're 5-ton craneways. So in this day and age, there's some value to it, but it was in the asking rate, they wanted 525 with the craneways. There was also, in all fairness, an electrical capacity upgrade, which is mentioned in the brochure, that they upgraded their electrical capacity. But again, we're dealing with a large building in a residential neighborhood that it has contamination issues, and so I think the number. Nothing new here that you haven't heard me yap about all day long here. No, that's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Frolick, any questions of the applicant? You're on mute, Mr. Frolick.
Sorry about that. Hi there. Mr. Neufeld, with regards to the parking lot, has there ever been a situation where both those parking lots have been completely full by cars?
I don't know. It's only for the building. There's next door to it, there's some form of social assistance housing. I have no idea what it is, but no, they don't even have parking, but they don't use it. It's just for the facility.
Okay, so but there's nothing preventing the current owners from selling one of those parcels of land, is there?
Well, I mean, yeah, there is. They're not going to be able to rent out their big building if they have no parking.
Yeah, which is why I asked, has there ever been a situation where these lots have been full when the building has been occupied and fully functioning?
I'm just looking through some aerial photography history of it, and it's always been sparsely used, and
Okay.
I think it's always just been for the owners,
Yeah, okay.
for the tenants of the building.
Fair enough. No other questions. Thank you.
Mrs. Linklater, any questions of the applicant?
Yeah, just to confirm, Mr. Neufeld, you have inspected this property?
Yes, I have, and I can't remember when, but I have been out there. Um, it wasn't recently. It wasn't while it was available for lease. I actually referred a tenant to them to use it, and the tenant never followed through on it. Didn't like the space, but it's active within Colliers. I want to say 2013 or 14, possibly.
Okay, just one quick question in regards to these parking lots. Would they also not be contaminated?
Oh, the lots.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm looking at the aerial here, and I'm wondering if Bury was always in that place or was it changed later. I have no idea. This was a railway site, and I don't know if they use the lots for anything. No idea.
All right, I thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Seelan, any questions?
Yes, I just want to get clarification on your value with respect to value before you subtracted for the parking lot plus after you subtracted for the parking lot.
Okay. I may have found an answer to the previous question, but let me just get back to this one. NOI 395,908, building value 4,658,000, parking lots 354,000 on separate rolls. Value for this site would be 4,304,000.
Perfect. That's all my questions. I'll let you take up that other information.
Thank you, Mr. Seelan, and I have no questions of the applicant. Mr. Frolick, requirement for summary?
No requirement for summary.
Mr. Neufeld.
I don't know if it's appropriate for summary. I think so, but the question was, were the lots contaminated? I'm now reading the old municipal board order, and I believe so because the contamination began in 1906. So there is a section in this building that was built in 1906, and it was CAE Railway and Canadian Bronze ran it for, since then, and that's how far back it goes on there. And of course, after 1906, there were numerous additions on it. It was actually, the contamination was because it was a foundry. So they were pouring molten steel and whatever acids are used in that process. And other than that, so we have a contaminated site in a residential neighborhood with a large vacancy that just popped up, an asking rate of $525 a square foot, and lots to subtract. Thank you. That's my summation.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. That concludes item number 7, 15 Bury Street. And we have, last but not least, item number 8, which is 447 Bannatyne Avenue. And I believe we have a preliminary issue here regarding requests for non-compliance. So we will deal with that issue first. Mr. Frolick, let me find your brief, please.
Okay, I'll just entered in for submission. File numbers 24-3969, roll numbers 130612-15000. Address is 447 Bannatyne, and the value that we have is for 1,304,000. Property owner has not filled out the income and expense mailers in 2021, 2022. On the front page 2 shows the first letter that we sent out on April 13th, 2023. Then the subsequent following information with regards to the actual documentation of the paper copies of our income and expense mailers with regards to expenses and tenants. On page 4, this is the registered letter that we sent out on June 9th, 2023, showing All Canadian Emblem Corporation. Mr. Neufeld had asked me a question before the hearing if the address was the same. And for both all of our mailers, all the commercial appeals, the tax notices, they've been consistent with regards to all those letters have gone to 447 Bannatyne Avenue. And so I didn't see any different addresses there. On page 5 shows the notice of the signature that was signed on July 6, 2023, or June 6, this is dated June 7th, 2023. And here it shows the letters when it was delivered and when it was signed out. Finally, on page 6, here's the history of where the mailers have not been filled out by the property owner: 2022, 2020, 2017, and 2013. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Any questions of the evidence presented for non-compliance request?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to get to that correct page. Yeah, I was reading this. What does this mean on? Oh yeah, that's what it was. Was this delivered to a postal outlet or to the location?
To the actual physical location.
Okay, and that's where would it say that, you know, on here that it went there? I'm not doubting you. I'm just trying to figure this out.
With regards to all of our documentation that I've shown on page 2 and page 4, we have listed 447 Bannatyne Avenue, all the tax notices, all the income expense mailers, all the notices of appeal are sent to the same address.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant. I meant this registered letter, like for example, I have one sitting here that got sent to Sobeys for me to pick up. Right, speeding ticket in Italy.
Okay.
But I'm not paying it. But that's what I was wondering. Does this go to to Shoppers Drug Mart, or does it go to the door? Do you know? I'm just wondering where it says that.
Yeah, I don't have information. I don't know.
Okay. And did they put they ask who this was who signed? Because it goes again, Jim. Does it say
Jim F?
F. Okay. And how do they get that information? The guy gave him some. Did he have to give him ID?
I guess with the Canada Post process.
Yeah.
They send out the registered. I don't know what happened. All I know is we have Jim F documented, and it looks like a J, and there's some squiggly marks. So
yeah, okay. No, I'm just trying to sort this out here. Okay. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Seelan, any questions of the assessor's evidence presented?
Not at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mrs. Linklater.
Yeah, just one quick question, because I'm looking to see, this is owner occupied?
Yeah.
Mr. Froelich?
Well, Carrie, listen, how can I answer that when they don't fill out the mailers?
It's,
Mr. Neufeld could probably answer that better than I can.
okay, just one other question. When we used to have these non-co-ops, we used to have, or the city would provide a copy of the envelope, if I'm Mr.
Well,
Hutchins, am I
this
correct
is
on
what they
that?
give us right now, so which is as good as, I believe, which is as good as the envelope, you know? Like, it's just, you know what? I don't know why, like, they've changed it, like, because in the past, they didn't provide a signature. You just get an
Right.
envelope without a signature. So
Right,
we figured that if we got the letter showing where it was sent to, it would match the envelope that it went to. So that's why we don't include the envelope anymore. I'm just speculating, but I think that's the reasoning behind it.
okay, because sometimes it didn't, but that's fine. Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I have no questions. Mr. Neufeld, in response to the request for non-compliance?
I guess I can only ask the board to make a decision on whether the service was adequate. I have nothing to add to this at all. I haven't been able to get a hold of the owner.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna go in camera, Mrs. Harland, and discuss the information or evidence presented by both parties. Thank you, Mrs. Harland. I'll now call the hearing back to order. In regards to the request for non-compliance by the assessor, the panel has weighed the evidence presented by both parties, and it is our opinion that the request for non-compliance be allowed. Therefore, Mr. Neufeld, the burden of proof will switch to you, so we will start with you, please. 447 Bannatyne Avenue.
I don't think Mr. Neufeld knows he's on mute.
Well, you probably had all a pleasant break from listening to me. Good. Page two, page something or other. Page 2. The outside of the property. It's a 2-story front space, and the design was to have a storefront in the bottom, office in the top, and the sewing shop is in the back because it's they make emblems and embroidery. On page 4 are the offices, and those are the offices. That's what they look like. It's actually a bit like mine, so I am very comfortable in this space, but it's not pretty office. It's all working office and storage of items. And I bet you the income and expense mailers in one of those desks and under one of those files. But page 4 is the upper level office, and that overlooks the back. I think that's the owner's main office. There's nothing fancy about this. Page 5, more office. So I guess the purpose on this is that when we start thinking about nice office, that's not what this is. This was the space was finished as office and used for a shop. The bottom of page 5 is that's the main floor. I took all these pictures myself. Page 6, they still paper store all their files here. So the business has been in operation for decades, and so here's the company filing system, which is in the building. And bottom of page 6, that's the design room. And those are tables where they draw stuff on, so none of this computer stuff. They do have bottom page 7. There's the 2 print machines, but they're more for creating their embossing when they I don't know. for adding to it. I found this place fascinating for a couple reasons, but I'll get to the good stuff. So the floor area, page 7, this is the most of the floor area. It's a low ceiling, and it's kind of morphed over the years. Page 8, the ceiling shot. The reason I took that is that to show that how what they up the years when they upgraded, they just ran conduit on the surface for power distribution. It's nothing fancy. It's legal. However, that is asbestos tile. Page 8 is the telecommunications network. Bundled the cables along with some electrical BX cable, and there's a high power line. There's a power line there, a high voltage power line. It's all legal. It's just the way it is. This page 8, the top of 8 is a working area. Bottom of page 8 these are the individual sewing machines. Now this is the cool one, I thought. Page 10, the top of it. This is a mechanical embroidery machine. Each one of those pods duplicates the instructions that are sent to it, and it's all mechanical. So they're filled with, each one has 8 or 9, 10 spools, and then there's a mechanical control on it. Now they don't use this anymore, or use it very rarely. I don't even know who could service this, but that's what the site used to do a lot of, is when they made their embroidery, their crests. They would run a big machine like this to do them simultaneously. The bottom of the page is across the roof. You can see it's a wood truss beam with the asbestos tile covering. Page 11 is the electrical panel. So it grew, and this is all legal to code. This is just the way it is. It's just a mess. There are, if you look carefully, some fuses still in place as well. And bottom of page 11 is just the roof. It's what it's like everywhere. It's leaks, but they got sprinklers. That's the good thing. So that, and look, they've got it converted to CFL lighting with the leaky roof. Page 12 is a bathroom, and that urinal is out of order. The plumbing wall, I guess they repaired it, so they cut a hole in the drywall and fix it and leave the hole uncovered because it might leak again, and I'll have to fix it. Page 13 is that every window on the side street has had to be boarded up, or there's some in the front that have steel mesh over them because they have nothing but vandalism and break-ins. And it'd be surprising when people break in to find out that there's nothing to steal except thread. So it's not high performing property. We put a rent of $5 on it, and it's just a kind of like a base rent you're going to see now for base accommodations, and you know, we had some comps listed here, but this is far inferior to most every comp we've had, because this again is not your typical industrial rental property. It has actually no parking, and so it's going to get a marginal to low rent. If you look at the picture on page 1, you can see at the back that the lot line is actually doesn't even give them parking space at the back. Those cars are parked on, I guess, the city right of way. So that's a really poor lot coverage. The lot is 15,699 square feet, and the plan area, what the assessment has listed, is 14,486, so 1,200 square feet of ground area on it. So it's not great. Now, I did make two minor changes here on the value of $5. All that's fine. I changed the shortfall to the assessment rate of $4, and you can see the error that was done on this when they were estimating it. And we fixed this for the future, but they used 532, and that's look at the actual taxes, estimated utilities, and estimated repair and maintenance. The utilities aren't 245 because that's we use the city rate with air conditioning, and if they're spending $1 on repair and maintenance, it wouldn't look like it is now. So $4 is a better representation. So my NOI actually increased to 68890, very small. And cap rate, this is really hard for me to deal with, because if you look at the way we calculated the cap rate on this page 2, and we have a prime optimal rate of 6.75, and that's not even, would never get applied to a property like this. That's saved for example, page 44 would get a 6.75 rate. That's a big flex warehouse that it's got attracts international tenants. The deficiencies on this one, I think, are obvious. The area, no parking. It's kind of a smaller building, but design and layout, the ceiling is too low, and the office is a waste, and the age it's built. And I think quality and condition speak to itself. Other than that, though, I mean, I think that probably 9.5 might be a bit too aggressive, because these are fixable items. Some of them, some of it is just lack of maintenance, and that's curable, right? What I've talked about earlier today about properties is when they had deficiencies that were not curable. These ones I think are, so that's why I think that cap rates probably should be lower. I actually put it in at 8.5%. It would require some capital, sure, but my new number is $810,000, and that's on an NOI of 68890.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Frolick, any questions of the applicant?
Because no questions, because I already know most of the answers. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Seelan, any questions of the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Neufeld, you mentioned that there's asbestos tiles in the building.
Yes, I had them looked at by a contractor. Yes.
Okay, is there any plans to remove them?
They're not, that's the thing with asbestos. As long as they're not bothering anybody, they're not an issue. So it will be something that would have to be done if you took out a permit for something to be mandatory to remove and replace them. If you're sitting on your existing property and they're not near an electrical, they're not friable, then there's no requirement to change them. It's just going to be something you're going to face when you try to market it.
So just to confirm, this is a one-story building or a two?
It's two at the front and one at the back.
Are the tiles on both ceilings?
Nope. No, it's just the work area.
That's all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seelan. Mrs. Linklater, any questions of the applicant?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I have no questions either. Mr. Frolick, let us find your brief, please.
So just as an overview, our assessed value is $1,304,000. Original building was built in 1953. Wall height's 13 feet. Zoning is manufacturing 1. The land area is 15,669. The plan area is 14,486. The land to building ratio is 1.08. I'm going to start off at page 8 and then I'll go back to page 7. On page 8 of my brief, we have a leasable area of 16,006, a rental rate of $695, coming up with a potential rent of 111,242, utilizing a 4% vacancy, 3% expenses, $4 shortfall. Our net operating income is 101,027. Overall cap rate is 7.75 to come up with a value of 1,304,000. We've discussed cap rates. I have no other information to provide. Oh, you know what? Just like page 7. I apologize. My comparables. Usually I have them, I format them properly. So on page 7 for rent comparables, what we have is we have properties on Sargent, St. Matthews, Sherwin Road, Sargent, and Sherwin Road. You know, leases are range in place from 3 years up to 11 years. Leasable areas range from 15,000 square feet to 29,000 square feet. Wall heights are all a bit higher. The range that I have here is from 16 to 23, and our rents are reflective of that. So the year built for our properties is between 1961 all the way up to 1973. So they're older stock inventories, but the ceiling heights are a bit higher. I think our rent is a bit aggressive, you know, looking at the quality of the finish. But unfortunately, the gap between what the agent's looking for and the assessment department feels is a reasonable value is too large. That concludes my formal presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld, any questions of the assessor?
Have you ever been in this building?
No, I have not.
Okay. And the comparables that you brought up, I've just been looking through them. Sorry, the subject was 1.08 to 1 land ratio. Do you have the land ratios on your comparables?
You know what? I can almost guarantee you they're all probably higher
Okay.
than what we have here right now.
That's
which is
fine.
why I said our rent's a bit aggressive, and the location of the building and the quality of the building. So
okay, well, no, that's fair. That's fair. I'm not looking for anything more. And just in terms of quality, I've been looking through location. You don't have anything in the West End, do you?
well, see that was I see, yeah, and it just how it worked out this time. You know, when you're under the gun, you have deadlines. You know,
No, that's fine.
You know,
yeah.
this is what I found.
Okay, so but
I could probably almost use some of the other comparables that I have from other properties on the stocket. But this is, I think the challenge is I'm always looking for to get stuff which is similar sizes to the subject property. And what happened is with the properties on Wall Street or some of the other ones, the sizes were a lot smaller. So I was able to pull like the Aaron and the Wall Streets. And because this was bigger, I had a harder time getting rents that were this size.
right, but there's a fair. I mean, you're mostly in the St. James industrial area, and I mean that's a fair bit different than being in Bannatyne, right?
Yeah, and I acknowledge that our rent's a bit aggressive.
Okay, well, yeah, that's all, and like your comp number 1, isn't that Home Depot? Their jobbers supply place?
Which one's that? Sorry.
It's Home Depot's jobbers supply place. It's where the contractors go to get parts.
So what property is that?
1695 Sergeant.
No, we have someone else, but that's okay.
Okay. And how about the 1733 St. Matthews? That's B.A. Robinson.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. So obviously, there's a vast difference in quality between a plumbing supply showroom and the place, the subject.
Yeah, well, Mr. Neufeld, I'm not disagreeing with you on these.
Okay,
on these
okay,
things here.
that's fine. That's fine.
I'm sensing redundancy as they're approaching 2:30 in the afternoon at a 9 o'clock hearing.
I just want to make sure I made my point. That's all. Okay, then I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neufeld. It's hard to keep a straight face sometimes. It's amazing.
Well, hearings with me and Mr. Neufeld are actually, this one's a lot more civil than the one we had last week, so I'm very happy with that.
Actually,
You're behaving yourself more.
I shall summarize that at the end of the hearing. Thank you. Okay, do we, now where am I? Now I've lost track.
Questions for me from the panel members.
Yes, okay, that's right. We're backwards today. Mr. Seelan, any questions of the applicant, the assessor?
No questions of the assessor, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mrs. Linklater?
Yes, I think you've already stated, Mr. Froelich, that you have not inspected this property, correct?
That is correct.
Correct. Can you tell me when it was last inspected?
Look that up for you.
Thank you.
You know what? It's just funny because it's one of those properties that will never get inspected until they get appealed, right? And so just bear with me here for 1 sec. You know what? I think I have the wrong address here. You know what? I do. Bear with me because I pulled up a residential one. I went 477 and I should have went 447. So I apologize for that. I pulled up a residential property that was on fire.
Oh dear.
In 2016. Yeah, there was no inspections that I see on file here. Did you hear that, Carrie? No inspections.
I did, nothing.
Nothing,
Okay.
nothing at all.
Okay. So my next question is just one more of curiosity then. Given the pictures that Mr. Neufeld supplied, would you put that on your list to have the building inspected?
Well, it's at the municipal board. No, there's no municipal board in 2023, so that's good news. You know what? It's all about workload. You know what? We are so busy with municipal board appeals that, you know, unless there's a permit that happens or there's some sort of reason, and in fairness, like we lost a couple years of inspections due to COVID.
Yes.
Right.
Understandable.
And so we haven't really done anything like, and you know, unless there's a municipal board, because even on ones where there's municipal boards every year, you know, we sometimes don't get the opportunities to go look at them, you know. Yeah.
Okay. So you stated twice actually that you thought your rent was a little aggressive on this?
Yep.
Did you want to follow in Mr. Neufeld's steps and change things or no?
Well, you know what? Because, looking
Sorry,
at our parameters, because Mr. Neufeld's rent's $525, right? And so let me just, I hate to give a value and then I'm going to get my hand slapped later on by
Mr. Froelich?
Oh,
Mr.
yes?
Froelich, I'm going to withdraw that question. I'm being a little cheeky. Excuse me.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No,
I missed
I
that
am.
one. Okay.
I
thought you were
apologize.
asking me for a number. I apologize.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have no questions at all. I think I'm going to make a comment and thank both parties for the cordial hearing. It's really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld started it because he reached out to me this morning and I gave me some valid questions and gave me some information that I could look into so I could prepare for that. So that's never a bad thing. I just wish Mr. Neufeld wasn't so busy.
No, I was, I had way too much to drink last night, so I was real soft-headed this morning. So,
well, that's you know what? Compared to what happened last week, Mr. Neufeld, I'll take these days any day of the week, despite the fact that my day's shot for doing briefs.
I was going to just a brief summary, but I know we've had been a long, exciting day. I don't want to beat it to death, but essentially, today was the day where you saw a lot of properties that really didn't fit like a model. A model is designed to be accurate. The actual formula is that it'll be accurate 19 out of 21 times within 4%, and based on a high enough sample size. That's the equation. These don't have that sort of support. These are all properties that are, very much outside the realm of typical real estate. When the best one in the property is an industrial strip mall on Wall Street, then that there's some issues with it. And so the model doesn't do a good job on it. And that's why we have the Board of Revision to review these things. And I know that some eyes would say I'm being extreme. I'm not. These are what these properties would do actually sell for in the market, or what they would sell for, especially if you're applying the income approach. And the market did decline for properties. And it's something that the 2025 hearings are going to have to be keen on to understand the direct linkage between interest rates and cap rates and what impact COVID had on our changing real estate world. These are the type of properties that suffer more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich.
Well, with response to that, because society has gone through so much upheaval over the past couple of years, we actually do data analysis and we actually look at values. But it was so hard to track sales because the market, and Mr. Neufeld had said it himself, the market went flat when interest rates went up. Yep. Because businesses don't like instability. Yeah. And people who locked in their mortgages at 1.75% in the spring of 2020, they benefited from that, and they won't be getting that when they re-sign in next year, right? And that's a reality. But for us to do our information, it was hard for us to develop cap rate studies because there's truly a lack of sales. And as opposed to some other organizations, if it's an owner-occupied property, we won't use it for a cap rate to study. And there's assumptions that are made by other agencies. And so fundamentally, I understand where Mr. Neufeld's coming from, but it was hard for us to develop an analysis because there weren't a lot of sales when there was such dramatic change to the Bank of Canada prime rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Okay, thank you to both parties for appearing. We have heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Good night. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you. You too.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll go take us offline.
Yes, please.